Honorable members, I wish to inform you of the unavoidable absence of the Right Honorable Speaker. And in accordance with Order 13.2, the second Deputy Speaker shall preside over the proceedings of the House. Thank you.
Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will skip item 2. We also do not have any message from the President. Neither do we have any formal communication from the Speaker. Honorable member for Boko Central.
Right Honorable Speaker, we've just been informed that due to the unavoidable absence of the Speaker, you will be the Speaker in the meantime. We expect that you will have some formal communication to us, outlining your vision and the values that will inform your speakership. So, Mr. Speaker, we expect to hear something from you by way of formal communication.
My formal communication is that, Honorable Member for Boko Central, you look good this morning. Very well. So, Honorable Member, let's turn to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and that of the official report. Let's start with votes and proceedings. Votes and proceedings. We begin from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. page number 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Page 11. Yes, Honorable Majority Whip and member for Nsawam Adwajiri.
Indeed, Speaker, I am. Speaker, on pages 10 and 11. Speaker, let me start off from page 10, item 9, understatement. The Honourable Member for Bole Bambe, Speaker, as you know, do recall, and you rightly presided, when he raised a matter concerning his constituency, I recall his call was on the Interior Minister.
Yes.
And Speaker, you rightly directed that the Interior Minister should appear and apprise the House next week. I see an error there. They are rather referring to national security. If they could correct it appropriately. Speaker, then on page 11, item CIII. Speaker, the appropriate referral, as I recall, was to the Special Budget Committee. I see a referral to the Budget Committee.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, on subject matter, National Commission for Civic Education and the Electoral Commission. The papers
So that is CIII. Is it?
Yes, the two of them.
The two of them, which one?
So you got CI and CII.
Okay.
You referred it to the special budget
committee. Yes.
Special
budget committee.
Yes. Then finally on item 11, on page 11, you amended the referral. The earlier referral was amended.
Yes.
I recall you rather referred it to the Mines and Energy and Lands and Forestry, which is the old committee. That was a referral. But what I see here is Lands and Natural Resource. So it should be Lands and Forestry.
Table, take note of the page 10.1, which is in respect of the Minister for Interior. That was the office or the minister I directed that he should apprise Parliament with respect to what is happening in Bore Bamboy and Wa. So it's not national security. I made a referral or the invitation to the Minister for Interior. Then 11, I and II, the referral was Special Budget Committee. Right? Special Budget Committee. But Honorable Majority Whip, with respect to the 11, the withdrawal and the subsequent direction, I think what is here is right. So it's to the Committee for Mines and Energy, as well as Committee for Lands and Natural Resources. That is what we...
Speaker, ordinarily I wouldn't do this. I just engage the chair. The sense I get is that it was referred to the old existing committee.
Yes.
And the rendition is Lands and Forestry for the old committees. The new committee is Lands and Natural Resources.
Yes.
So it wasn't the new.
So once it has not been inaugurated.
Sorry, Speaker.
Once the new committee has not been inaugurated,
exactly.
We should stick to
the old committee.
Honorable Leader, I think speakers are also advised by our councillors. And I think what I said yesterday was right, or what is here is right. So let's restrict ourselves to it. So we move to page 12. Page 13. Yes, honorable member for South Die.
Speaker, item number 7, page 13. The indefinite article before the word institution is missing. Meanwhile, it was carried yesterday.
7 what?
7 clause 4 on page 13.
So the indefinite article is
subclause 1, paragraph D, subparagraph I, line 1, delete institute and insert institution, and in lines 2 and 3, delete the Ghana Institute of Engineering and insert the institution. That is missing.
should be the institution.
The institution.
Okay, thank you. So the article.
Yes.
So table, kindly take note of that. Yes. So let's turn to page 14. Page 14. Yes, Honorable Roxanne Eche Dafiamapo.
Speaker, item number 9, clause 4. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph E, lines 1 and 2, delete, and 2 of whom are women. Speaker, this was not carried. This amendment was proposed by the Honorable Ahianfo, but it was defeated. Because his argument was that the affirmative action bill that is coming.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I was trying to even draw Honorable Ahiafo's attention that he's been preaching about it, but the House carried that we should put the women there.
But the amendment, the way the amendment captured indicates that it's been deleted. Item number 9 on page 14. The item number 9, page 14. Clause 4, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph E, lines 1 and 2, delete, and 2 of whom are women. We reinstated it. If this is carried, then it means it's been taken out of the bill.
Well, he's right.
Yes.
I think the Honorable Dafiamapo is right. We back and forth, then the status quo was allowed to remain. But as it stands now, if it goes, then what it means that we actually changed it and deleted the 2 women representatives. So he's right.
Very well. Thank you very much, Honorable Dafiamapo. Table, kindly take note of that. So we turn to page 15. And finally, page 16. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 18 June 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have 3 sets of official report. 3 sets of official report. We will take them one by one. we will begin with 5th March 2024 edition of the official report. 5th March 2024 edition of the official report. Honorable members, I take it again. 5th March 2024 official edition of the official report. In the absence of any corrections, the official report of 5th March 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We now take the 7th March official report 2024. 7th March 2024 official report. 7th March 2024 official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 7th March 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We finally take the 8th March 2024 edition of the official report. 8th March 2024 edition of the official report. Finally, I announce 8th March official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 8th March 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we will now turn to urgent questions. Urgent questions. We have one urgent question, and I've just seen the minister. So let me invite members to page 2. Page 2, item listed 6, urgent question. The owner of the question is not available. I don't know whether he has delegated somebody to. Yes. You've been delegated to ask the question on his behalf.
Speaker, that is so.
Okay. So just go ahead.
Very well.
So ask the question. The minister is available.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy.
Hold on. Let me acknowledge our students who have come all the way from Upper Denchira West to come and witness what is happening here in their own chamber. So we have I Am Free Senior High School. They are the public gallery. I Am Free Senior High School. They are being led by Maswell Udru. Maswell Udru, who is the head of department, and the school is located at Upper Denchira West. Upper Denchira West. Do you have the member of parliament around? Not available here. So you are welcome. I hope you'll be monitoring what is going on here with a view that tomorrow you take over from us. So just be attentive and listen and watch carefully what goes on here. So you are welcome. Let me also introduce Reverend Martin Esiama at the Speaker's Gallery, who also has just been admitted by the Speaker to witness proceedings. So on that note, let me get back to Honorable Dafiamapo to ask the question to the Minister.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy if the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks, hence the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no, why the power outage then? Thank you very much.
Yeah, respectfully, let me invite the Minister to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been scheduled to answer this question, urgent question, 3 times on this floor, and 3 times I've been here, and 3 times the questioner had not been available, or Parliament had not been able to allow me to answer the question. So the question, Mr. Speaker, has to be seen in the context that it is over 2 months ago, a question as an urgent question. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed to answer as the utility did advise. We are pleased to provide the following response to the urgent question. No, ECG is not undertaking load shedding as at the time the question was asked. Mr. Speaker, consumers were experiencing outages due to a number of factors. That included localized outages due to overload on lines and transformers. Mr. Speaker, there are certain areas in this country that all of a sudden the number of people resident or the businesses that have accumulated, especially I can give an example of parts of East Legon, which was a purely residential area, now has become one of the major business districts, increasing power consumption, thereby hampering the existing lines there. So the transformers and the lines have to be updated. Outages to upgrade the capacity of overloaded lines and transformers. SEMPA, Mr. Speaker, at the time the questioner put the question, SEMPA had an emergency valve leak, which meant a complete shutdown, losing immediately 340 megawatts. That also contributed. And then, last but not the least, planned maintenance on Amandi power plant was also ongoing at the same time. The emergency outages, sometimes also requested by a grid company, had contributed. So, there was a myriad of factors that unfortunately had happened that were causing power outages in different parts at different times. Mr. Speaker, the reason why ECG went further to say that they were not load shedding, because most of those instances were not planned, and so they couldn't have come up or come out with a program to say that they were load shedding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, the Minister just told this House that there's no load shedding. So let me find out from him if he's aware that the company in question, the ECG, put out an official letter indicating that there will be some load shedding for a couple of weeks. They put out an official letter if he's aware.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in your hands. This question was not asked. I prefaced by saying it was in March 13, and those incidences were not. But I also admit that what you are saying might merit an explanation. But Mr. Speaker, for the awareness of doubts, that was not an explanation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear what the running mate said. Oh, sorry, what the Minister for Energy said. He said that his answer related to the time of the question in March. But I don't think the question has been affected by a fruition of time. So I want him to speak to the now situation. He is aware that ECD has issued a letter indicating some load shedding. I want him to speak to that. The people want to know so that they can put their affairs in order in responding to the apparent imminent load shedding that is forthcoming. Mr. Speaker, so I want the Minister to respond to that.
Well, I think he answered your question right. But if you want to reframe the question, fine. I will allow him to answer.
Speaker, I think I'll rephrase.
Can I take over?
I'll rephrase.
Can I take over to take two?
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister assure this House and the nation that there will be no load shedding, not even localized ones, going forward, at least up to the end of the year? Can he assure this House?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, I'm under your care. The questioner is seriously attempting to drag me to issues that are not around the question that I'll be asked. And I should have to even want to offer an answer. Mr. Speaker, for the House, I want to put on record that if this question is put and the Speaker admits, I'll make myself readily available to come and answer your question. Thank you.
I asked the question. Well, ask the question. No, well, I'll come to you. The owner of the question, you are now here. I will give you. Yes.
Speaker, let me commend the Minister to start off that he gave a preamble to the question, that the question was filed long ago, and yet he gave a preamble and then went ahead to answer the question. I'm quite curious. And then when I listened to him, he enumerated challenges that as a minister he had to be confronted with. Can the minister apprise this House? How was he able to overcome these challenges in the face of, especially bearing in mind what we have experienced in this country before? Can he take us along in carrying us along? What he did differently to overcome all these challenges that others failed. Others failed to overcome those challenges, and yet he was able to succeed.
Honorable leader.
No. It's a very fair question. A fair question.
Honorable leader.
This question is emanating from the minister's own answers.
Well.
I should file a question. Are you the one presiding?
Well. Honorable Minister, if you are minded to respond to him, you can. I wouldn't force you anyway.
Mr. Speaker, I came here twice to seek your guidance and protection.
Okay.
I would not want to belabor the truth and the facts that has been said. It's not incontrovertible. Mr. Speaker, today is the question that was asked a couple of months ago, and I'm here to answer it. Thank you.
Well. So let me give the opportunity to the owner of the question.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish to thank you for your magnanimity to accept my colleague, Honourable Roxon, to ask the question on my behalf, and I want to thank him also for doing so. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out if I can do the two supplementary he didn't do. as the owner of the question, I'm entitled to 3 supplementary questions. I want to find out if I can do the 2 he didn't do, because he did 1 supplementary.
Paul, sit down.
He is asking me. Allow me to respond. Honorable Suhini, I'll give you two opportunities.
Application granted.
That is my decision. I'll give you 2.
May you live long. May your reign be sweet as always. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister if he is aware that the same explanations that he offered in his answer today were offered the PURC by the ECG. And the PURC, based on the data that was provided, came to the conclusion that out of about 4,141 outages within that period, only about 33.6% of those outages were attributable to the reasons that he gave, for which reason the ECG board was fined 5.8 million Ghana cedis. And can he explain how that sits well with the answer provided that there was no load shedding, even though the PURC, based on the data that they assessed, which was submitted by the ECG, came to the conclusion that those power outages could not have been as a result of the transformation movements and all the other reasons that he gave. Thank you.
Yes, Minister. Honorable members, if you are asking a question and you make it so meandering here, then at times we lose the. So let's make it short so that we can all appreciate the questions well. But Minister, I hope you got the question.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the questioner was a bit late, and so he may not have apprised himself of the answers that I've given. Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very, very clear in my mind that the question that is being sought an answer for now is totally different from the question that was asked at that time. And if it comes in a better format, I do provide the answer and a full explanation. I am not aware, and the interpretation of the documents he's read is very, very varied. And I don't want to go into that. So if I'm asked a specific question on PURC, their dealings with all the agencies they regulate, I'll come and answer. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honorable Suhini, you take your second question.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I could make the question clearer for him, but if you insist that it should be my second question, I'll rephrase the question for him.
It's not that he didn't get the question, but I think he's saying he's not aware of those PURC documents we are making reference. So it means he has answered the question. So just ask the second question.
So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to find out from the minister what he makes. It will be quite interesting that he's not aware that the PURC disagreed that there was no load shedding, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out how he deals with the agencies that operate under him, for him not to be aware that the PURC disagreed with the reasons given as reason for the power outages that we experienced under that period.
So that's the question. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today it looks like I'm begging for your protection too much. But, Mr. President, it is not a fact. Actually, it is contrary to the fact. PURC is not under the Ministry of Energy. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Eswejaman.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Akosomo is within Eswejaman.
The source of power.
Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his response was very clear that he is responding to a question that was filed 2 months ago. And so his response is 2 months old. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, in fact, Ghanaians are interested in knowing even the current situation. So what is there load shedding today? Because, Mr. Speaker, if a question is filed 2 months ago, and it's today that you are providing the answers, if there are new information, if there is new information, I think it is only right that you add it to whatever answers that you prepared 2 months ago. So as of today, is there load shedding?
That's the president's. The president.
Because the fact that we the question 2 months ago and you are providing answers to us today, what prevents you from telling us the current situation?
So, Honorable, what is your question?
My question is that is there load shedding?
He's not aware. He's not
So,
aware whether there is or not.
Honorable Member, the minister is capable of answering any question. So.
His follow-up is not flowing from the substantive question. He should rather file a question.
Honorable, the minister is capable of answering the question. Allah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the previous questioner asked and sought to portray that the minister is not aware of agencies under his office. Yes, you see, he's repeating. Mr. Speaker, in furtherance to that, I want to put on record again that as an honorable member of the House, you must be aware that PURC is not an agency under the Ministry of Energy. That is what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, I've also said, and that is the problem, Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House three times to answer the question, urgent question. I take my parliamentary matters seriously. I've been here 3 times, and all the 3 times I came, the questioner was absent. Mr. Speaker, my answer is as simple. In the context of when the question was asked, ECG gave a rendition, and that is what I'm saying. And Mr. Speaker, the House standing on this allows me to be called as many times as your Speaker would allow. I say the question that you are asking today is not in line with the question I was asked to come here. If you are asking that, come formally, and I'll come and answer. You can come now, and the Speaker can invite me, and I'll come. Thank you.
Honorable.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is saying that there is no timetable for whatever. If you don't have load shedding, how will you describe the current situation? It's a situation where you have a light today, tomorrow you don't have light.
How do you describe it?
How will you describe that situation?
What is the meaning of
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to again come. I do understand that my colleagues really want to ask questions about whether there is current load management or load shedding or not. Mr. Speaker, the House allows you, I can say on record that there has not been any load management in the last 1 week. I can say on record, but that is not the way this House works. Yes.
Honorable members, he is responding to you. Oh.
Mr. Speaker, I'm available to answer any other question you so agree.
Very well. So, Honorable.
Lights on and off. What is the meaning of that? He should just say it.
Honorable members.
In knowing what it is.
Honorable members.
On and off.
Honorable members. Honorable members, please allow me to handle the house. Please. Leader, I'll come to you. Let me deal with two of your members, then I'll come to you finally. Then we will. So, Honorable Bole Bamboy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his response admitted that until last week there was load management. In other words, load sharing. I want to find out from the minister, as a public officer, at what point does he deem it necessary to inform the public that his ministry is doing load management? Because he's on record to have said that if you were asking for a load shedding timetable, you should prepare your own.
No.
I want him to take this opportunity to clarify this issue. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when I appeared at the table, I did say that in the context of this particular question, it is 2 months. And I've been here 3 times to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, at this same table, I've asked that if a question is being sought, an urgent question is being sought, not via our standing rules of this question, but outside our standing orders, I'm still available to come and answer the question. I have never said that till last week there was load shedding anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I've said in the questioner's question, ECG gave reasons why there was no load shedding, because the answer to the question was no, there was no load shedding. Thank you.
Yes, Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that there are no after the question. Potential Vice running mate, listen to me.
Sit down.
What's your number? Go back. Oh, the issue is that, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why all of us here have been praying that he becomes a flag bearer, even though he will lose. But it is a flag bearer.
You overtake Baumia.
Okay. The running mates to Baumia, even though they will lose.
Baumia must be worried.
Mr. Speaker, I just want the Minister for Energy to reconcile the issue where GRIDCO, which is supposed to be the systems operator, that is supposed to be the systems operator, specifically wrote to you, telling you, complaining about ECG, that any time they instruct them to shed load, they refused. How do you reconcile that with the fact that you didn't know that there was load shedding?
Yes.
Speaker, my colleague who I respect, in the other world, Speaker, I handed over Nuke's presidency to him. I know him very well. And he also worked at the ministry. You don't expect the minister to be a walking encyclopedia. He cannot know everything. Speaker, the thrust of the question is not about a relationship with GRIDCO. Speaker, his question is not tenable. He should rather file a substantive question. Speaker, rule him out. He should file a substantive question. You have been noticed. Your effort has been noticed.
Mr. Speaker, my question was specific because if you look at the urgent question, it is about whether there was load shedding or not. And
within that period.
And GRIDCO is supposed to be the systems operator. At least, if for nothing at all, he was the recipient of the letter. So the question is, how does he reconcile that with his position now in Parliament? That's all I'm just asking.
It's within the question.
It is within his capacity. I know he's a very smart man. He get up and answer it.
Minister, you are capable. You can dribble around. So,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, can you listen to him after?
Mr. Speaker, the question that brought me to the floor was asked by the member for Tamale North. And the question was, if Electricity Company of Ghana have been load shedding in the last couple of weeks, South Africa, it is very clear. In the last couple of weeks, hence the power outages experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no, why the power outages then? Mr. Speaker, the question was very, very, very clear. It was about ECG, and at the time, 2 weeks before the question, what was happening? And I came here 3 times to come and answer this question. And Mr. Speaker, interestingly, all 3 times you were in chair. And 3 times, the questioner was not available. Mr. Speaker, the rules, I'm within the rules, I'm answering the question. I'm begging for your protection.
The point is, indeed, he's been here a couple of times to respond to this question. But as to whether you were not here or you were here, that one I cannot speak to. But he's been here. Some of them he was referring to mean that he wants to answer the question. I'm very particular about it. But I cannot speak to that fact that you weren't here. So,
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, nevertheless, the times that I was here to answer the question, the House could not make arrangements for me to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, the question related to when the question was asked, 2 weeks prior to when the question was asked, he had experienced load shedding. The question is very, very specific. And I'm saying that because of time, the answer may not have been relevant. Because at that time, ECG gave an answer that it was not load shedding. There was no load shedding. So the question was answered that there was no load shedding by that answer. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, members of the House want to relate to incidents happening now. And I'm saying that I didn't come prepared for the questions now. So when you put the questions down by our rules, I'll be available tomorrow to come and answer them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
no, it doesn't mean you were absent. Usually.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister claims that he was here 3 times to answer the question at the time that it was filed, and I was absent. Mr. Speaker, that is false. All the time that the minister was available, I was here, because each time the question appeared on the order paper, I made myself available to ask the question. But time, for some reason, time never allowed for me to file the question. Mr. Speaker, in any case, today I was late to come into the chamber, but my absence did not stop the question from being asked. So it is incorrect for the minister to suggest that I was absent all 3 times.
Well, let me come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I, on one occasion, defended the minister because I know his ambitions, and I said, Mr. Speaker, I said the minister was not necessarily in charge of ECG, and as a result, he could not be held responsible for the doomsday happening, and that some other people were truly responsible and not the minister. Can he confirm this by his refusal?
Where did you get this information?
Pardon?
Where did you get this information?
Oh, but he's here. He will answer. Mr. Speaker, can he confirm this by his refusal to say that we are suffering doomsor in this country, because he's unable to respond to it, because he's not directly in charge of ECG, and there are people who are preventing him from really taking real action.
Honorable senior member, I mean, you are one of the most respected member of the House. I think this question, allow me to disallow you. Allow me to disallow the question, please. So let me come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, my colleague, Honorable Suwini, says that he filed this question. On 2 occasions, the question, he was not even allowed to answer the question. So, just for the record, that it's not as if for 3 times he was not available to answer the question. And today, indeed, he is here. Just a small question. Mr. Speaker, I noticed in the minister's answer, he keeps using the word load management. My question is it the same as doomsor, load management in English? Is it the one that the rest of the country call doomsor?
You want the meaning of load management?
Yes, I'm saying that, of course, he's writing an official document, so he keeps referring to it as load management. Is it the same as doomsor that the rest of the country experience? Is load management in English, doomsor in local parlance?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, interestingly, the questioner has an answer to the question. Because obviously they are different. Doomsor happened under a certain era, and load shedding happened under a certain era. Because in my terminology, that is why the question was specific on load shedding, and I had a problem. But the terminology of doomsor is not this era. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable members, are you also going to ask questions? You have already asked questions.
I will compromise on that, except to commend the minister. Yes. I mean, we can play all the politics. The man has done well. Fantastic. For the stability. Yes. Even I have 4 and co. They all agree. Now you have light at home. Commend the minister for once. Is that this will be all? I won't ask anything more.
Well. Now we've done with the agent question. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other questions for the same minister. So on that basis, we have to manage our time very well. I'm drawing your attention to our standing order 77-2. That question time shall ordinarily not exceed 1 hour, except that the speaker may permit question after the expiration of the time. We've already exceeded 1 hour. So we are going to manage the 10 ordinary questions. And I hope you indulge me to manage it. We will allow the owner of the question, and especially if it is constituency specific, we will allow the owner to ask, is it 1 or 2 supplementary questions? No. You will ask him to ask 2 supplementary questions. So please bear with me. The time is already far spent. So we will begin with question 201. Question 201. And the question stands in the name of a member for Narugu Gambaga, Honorable Seidu Isifu. Honorable Seidu Isifu. Is he around? Honorable member, I know you very well that you are from Bolibamboy. You can never be from Narugu. The owner of the question is not available. Leadership, do you allow somebody to ask the question on behalf of, I want it come from you, so that you don't revisit the same question again?
You have rightly directed, and I'll urge my colleagues.
So leadership, I mean, just
that should be
guide me.
consistency specific, because the number of questions, if we are to go anyhow, we will not be able to exhaust it. So let's stick to your directive. And
no, my question is, if the owner of the question is not here, do you allow somebody else to ask the question on his behalf? Well, other than that, we will revisit the same question again. So that's why I'm seeking your directives.
Mr. Speaker, it's the same. I mean, I'm just trying to help my colleague. Question number 202, 316, 588, and 601. We don't have any permission by the questioners to, ask the question on their behalf. So you can give a directive.
So that's why I'm throwing back to you, the leaders. Help me. I want to take a decision, because obviously what happened is, if the owner is not here and the question is not asked, we will be compelled to bring it back to the House again.
Mr. Speaker, the rule rather is that once the minister is here, the answer is published and it's assumed that it's been...
Very well. Thank you very much. So now we'll move to 202. 202. And the question stands the same person's name. Honorable Seydou Isifu Nalugu. So we move to 316. 316. Honorable Member for Asin North, Honorable James Jachi Quason.
Mr. Speaker, he has asked me to ask the question on his behalf.
Very well. You are allowed. Honorable Member, hold on. Yes. Honorable Member, if I got the leadership right, if the owner is not here, the answer has already been
201, 202, 316, 317, 588, and 601. We would leave that to you to make a determination if you want the answer just published, because we don't have authority of the members who ask the questions.
Very well. So the answers will be published, and it's already there. So the owners of the questions should just look at the answers that have been provided by the minister. So let's turn to 579. Question 579. And the question stands in the name of a member for Karachi East, Wisdom Gidisu. Wisdom Gidisu. Yes, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy what steps the ministry is taking to provide and install electric meters for communities in Karachi's constituency which are without meters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, respectful Minister. That is 579.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the questioner wanted to find out what the ministry is doing to provide and install electric meters for communities in Karachi East constituency which are without meters. Currently, the ministry is not undertaking any electrification project in Karachi East constituency. It is also to be noted that the ministry, as part of its great extension to virgin communities, also provide energy meters for installation. However, electrification works in communities which are already connected to the national grid fall outside the purview of the ministry's self-help electrification program. It is the responsibility of the utility, NEDCO or ECG, depending on where it is, to consider such communities under their work intensification projects. This request should therefore be directed to the appropriate distribution company for consideration under its network intensification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Gedisu,
Yeah, thank you.
You have two supplementary questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answer. But, so will the Minister consider directing ECG to act on this question since ECG falls under his ministry? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm putting on record that once he writes to me, I'll direct the ECG to do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable, you take your last question.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his answer, he also indicated that rural education project currently in Krashi has stopped. But I know they started some time ago, and out of 76 communities, only 12 have been connected. And now that he's saying that they have stopped the project, I want to know, find out from him whether there are plans. They have only halted the process, or they will actually come back again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think in this House, there are a lot of electrification projects that are going on around the whole country. Mr. Speaker, when we are short of funds, it's halted. As soon as we get more funds, then we will continue. So as soon as we get funds, we'll continue to those virgin communities, as you said. Thank you.
Honorable Yusuf, you've said the preamble. This is a constituency-specific question. So I don't see why you should get up for. I wouldn't acknowledge you, please. No. My Honorable Yusuf, no. Honorable Yusuf, allow me. I know you've understood it. So we move to question 591. Question 591. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nkransa North. Nkransa North. Honorable Joseph Akwesi Mensah. Yes. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when extension works will be carried out in all the 30 communities in the Nkransa North constituency, which are on the national grid, especially communities such as Manso, Jonoho, Kranka, Befi, Sika, Yefri, Fiema, Drumankese, which have not experienced extension since 1998. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I just immediately answered, all these communities, Mr. Speaker, that I mentioned, are already connected to the national grid and do not form part of the ministry's ongoing electrification, which is to extend electrification to virgin communities. Mr. Speaker, these communities that my colleague has just mentioned do need intensification. And like I just answered Honorable Gidisu, Mr. Speaker, my colleague should write to me and I'll direct NEDCO to go and do the necessary work in intensification in those communities. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honorable Joseph, will you have any supplementary question? You don't. Very well. Because he has invited you to write to him personally. That's good. So we turn to question 765. Question 765. Yes. Honorable Member for Krachi West, Helen Adjuan Toso, is not here. So his question is also the answer So let's move to 816. 816. In Cranston North, again, Honorable Joseph Kwasi-Mensah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is the same question which the minister answered. So
it's the same question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. That is fine. That is fine. So, honorable members, let all those who were not here, let them address themselves to the answers that have been provided by the minister. So on that note, let me on behalf of the House thank the minister for appearing before the House to respond to questions from his own colleagues. Honorable Minister, we thank you and you are hereby discharged. Yes, leader.
Speaker, we are ready to take items. To start with, we'll take item 8. Speaker, we have one that stands in the name of the honorable member for Honorable Dakwan Newman, and then my colleague has also informed me that there is one that is commemorative, also standing in a member on the other side. So, Speaker, we'll take the two, after which we'll proceed to the bills.
So, honorable members, we turn to page 4. Page 4, item 8. Item 8, statements. So, we will first listen to the Minister for Gender and Social Protection. On the call for urgent passage of the Affirmative Action Bill. Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Speak to your colleagues and by extension to the nation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this august House and make a passionate appeal for the immediate passage of the Affirmative Action, which is the Gender Equality Bill 2023, before the House rises. Last week, both sides of this House unanimously praised your tireless efforts, which led to the passage of the Ghana Boundary Commission Act 2010, Act 795. Without a doubt, the passage of the Affirmative Action Bill under your leadership will further enhance your notable contributions to our democracy and national development. Mr. Speaker, affirmative action, as noted by American poet and author Clint Smith, is essential for addressing historical wrongs against marginalized groups and striving towards a more equitable society. Historically, women have been relegated to the bottom of society and denied civil and political rights, including the right to vote and be voted for. This exclusion persisted from ancient Greece through Rome, the medieval era, and up to the 18th century. Under the common law doctrine of coverture, married women had no separate legal existence from their husbands, while unmarried women, though owning property, were excluded from political rights. When Myra Bradwell, a young Illinois woman, was denied admission to the Illinois bar in 1872 solely because of her gender, the U.S. Supreme Court Judge, Justice Bradley, remarked that women's destiny was to fulfill the roles of wife and mother, reflecting a persistent societal view that has marginalized women and hindered their potential. Mr. Speaker, advocacy for women's rights began with figures like Mary Wollstonecraft, who in her 1972 book, A Vindication of the Rights of Women, argued for women's representation in government. This movement gained momentum with the Chartist movement and liberal intellectuals like John Stuart Mill. Women, through persistent protest, eventually won the right to vote in various parts of the world. Furthermore, the story of Rosa Parks, who courageously stood against racial segregation, exemplifies the impact of individual action in the struggle for equality. Her legacy inspires us to fight for the rights and representation of all marginalized groups. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's pre-colonial educational structure systematically excluded women from political roles. It was not until 1954 that Mabel Dav-Dankwa was elected as the first female parliamentarian. Susanna Al-Hassan became the first female cabinet minister in 1963. Despite some progress, such as the Representation of the People Women's Members Act 1959, women remain underrepresented. Efforts to promote gender equality include the National Council of Women and Development Decree 1975, the establishment of gender desks, and the creation of the Ministry of Women and Children Affairs in 2001. Despite these efforts, women's participation in national life remains low, with Ghana ranking 117 out of 156 countries on the 2021 Global Gender Gap Index. Only 14.5% of this House members are women, far below the African average of 25%, the UN benchmark of 30%, and the African Union's target of 40%. Other countries on our continent, such as Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Namibia, Mozambique, and Ethiopia, have significantly higher female representation in parliament. Under the leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, initiatives like the Free Senior High School Policy and the He for She campaign have aimed to empower women. However, legislation is necessary to sustain and enhance these efforts. Women's participation in political decision-making has proven beneficial globally, with many female leaders demonstrating exceptional capability when given opportunities. Mr. Speaker, let me share an inspiring story. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Latina to serve on the United States Supreme Court, rose to prominence thanks to affirmative action policies. Coming from a humble background, she benefited from educational opportunities that might have otherwise been inaccessible. Her exemplary career and contributions to justice highlight the transformative power of affirmative action. By passing this bill, we can similarly empower young girls and women in Ghana, ensuring they have the opportunities to reach their full potential. Ghana has had notable female leaders who have paved the way for others. The Right Honorable Joyce Bamford-Addo served as the Speaker of this August House. Her Ladyships Georgina Theodora Wood and Sophia Akufo have headed the judiciary, and Gertrude Araba Esaba Saki Tokono is the current head. Honorable Akosia Frema Osei-Opare serves as the Chief of Staff. Other distinguished members include Honorable Hawa Yakubu, the former Member of Parliament for Boku Central and Minister for Tourism. Honorable Hannah Tete, a former Member of Parliament for Wutu Senya West and Minister for Foreign Affairs. Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boche, a former Member of Parliament for Anyaso Otuom and currently the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Honorable Ursula Owusu Ekufo, a three-term Member of Parliament for Ablekuma West and Minister for Communications and Digitalization. Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, a two-term Member of Parliament for Ada and Deputy Minority Chief Whip, and Honorable Patricia Pieje, a four-term Member of Parliament for Asokwa and Deputy Majority Leader. Today, at our premier institution, the University of Ghana, the Chancellor, the Chairperson of the University Council, the Vice-Chancellor, and the Registrar are all women, leading the university to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, despite these successes, women remain underrepresented in governance. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women enjoins us to adopt temporary special measures to accelerate gender equality. Passing the Affirmative Action Bill will not only promote gender equality and women empowerment, but also fulfill our international commitments. Mr. Speaker, both major political parties, the NPP and the NDC, have unequivocally committed to passing this transformative bill. This bipartisan support underscores the bill's significance and the urgency of our actions. We owe it to the current and future generation of Ghanaians to rise above partisan divides, honor this commitment, and ensure the passage of this landmark legislation. To conclude, I echo the question posed by the former mayor of Atlanta, Maynard Jackson. If you do not like affirmative action, what is your plan to guarantee a level playing field of opportunity? Affirmative action aims to include everyone in decision-making, considering historical inequities. Let us unite to pass this legislation for the good of all. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member for Boy, you are always up. This time around, let me acknowledge the women first before I come to you.
Thank you very much.
So let's go to Southton, Ketu South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection for the statement, but to also use the opportunity to draw our attention to a thing or two about what we as women under her leadership can do apart from pushing for the affirmative action bill to see the light of day. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the Honourable Minister gave us a list of things that have been done in the journey to see us in this chamber, which is remarkable. It has not been an easy walk in the park. It's been hard work. The 40 women in this chamber are here because we have strong shoulders on which we are standing. Women who blazed the trail, burnt the midnight candle, endured a lot of victimization to get us here. But Mr. Speaker, if you take, for example, the free SHS that the Minister referred to, free SHS is good. But what will be better is that our girls have access to affordable or reusable sanitary towels so they do not miss school. As it is, because of the cost of sanitary towels, our girls can spend about a week at home every month. How free is free? Mr. Speaker, I also dare ask how it is possible that we, the women in this chamber, have not issued a statement since we heard about the inhumane treatment of another of our kind who was left in the bush just because she could not afford her medical bills. We let it slide as if nothing has happened. We cannot continue to fight for the affirmative action bill, which I support 110%, but there's more that we have to do. It would have been nice to hear a statement from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection on the treatment that was meted out to that woman, which in the end cost her her life. Mr. Speaker, it is good that individuals do well. I'm proud of my journey to be in this chamber, but it will be meaningless if it does not affect the lives of other girls who come from humble backgrounds like myself. They need to see that those of us who made it in here are thinking about them every day that we come into the chamber. It is not only about the affirmative action bill. It is about the collective good of all women. It will be important and good if we on both sides of this divide, of this chamber, look at some issues, not within political eyes, but as a concern, as a human story that we give our energy to. Mr. Speaker, I suppose that it will be appropriate to applaud all the people who have worked on the affirmative action bill. For many years, I have been a part of the for the agenda to have this bill passed way before I came into this chamber. And today, I celebrate all of them for the hard work, and I urge that we continue to push as hard as we can to see that women do not suffer injustice, that our political parties have room to support our women, and those of them who lost are not left on their own, but society should use them as role models, as mentors, as the reason why there should be quotas, there should be affirmative action to ensure that many more women come into this chamber and stay here. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me go to the Deputy Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Minister for Gender and Children Protection for the statement. Mr. Speaker, the time for Parliament of Ghana to support the affirmative action is now. Many women have contributed their part to development and leadership of our country, but the number here are not enough. Mr. Speaker, this bill will go a long way to encourage many women to join the train of leadership and governance of the country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate all women, MPs and others in leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me call Honorable Member for Aswase. Are you telling me the man didn't get up? So it means I didn't see him. Honorable Member for Aswase,
thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you have to bring the Minister for Energy to order. He's intimidating me. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you sincerely for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement, and to also thank the newly appointed Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection for the call. Mr. Speaker, yes, I agree that it's long overdue that we need to take steps to get this bill that has been in this House as long as I will have been in this House, because I remember almost every parliament since the 4th parliament, this has been laid and never get to see the light of day. Mr. Speaker, what I want to add is to caution both the Minister and the gender activists that have been pursuing this bill that they need to change their strategy. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems that is hindering the progress of this bill is their incessant and insistence on getting it all at a go. Mr. Speaker, Rome was not built in a day. And I believe that if we succeed in starting from somewhere, it will be much easier to come with amendments gradually to improve it. If they had allowed some of the difficult clauses to be amended and getting it passed 15 years ago, I'm sure today they'll be talking about further amendment to improve it. But the way they insist and make it look as if affirmative action is all about elective position is one of the biggest challenges that they have. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have always said that the role of women can never be underestimated in any society. You do that at your own peril. But, Mr. Speaker, just take Parliament, for example. If you look at the number of staff that we have, female staff, even exclude members of Parliament because they are only 40, but you look at the staff and the number of women that we have, you have no justification not to have a crèche in this what we call compound. Because in trying to enhance women's capacity to be able to do anything, you have to be thinking about they and their infant children. That's one of the easiest ways. That is why you see when you go to the Flaster House, there's this school next to it. If you go to the judiciary and you see there's school there, you go to the police barracks, there's school there. You go to the army barracks. The colonial masters, even when we were in the colony, had at the back of their mind that the only way you can strengthen a woman is to make sure that she has the opportunity to work with the peace of mind. But unfortunately, if you look at the bills, all the attention is like, no, declare some seats vacant, make sure that we have this. It doesn't work out that way. Because, Mr. Speaker, I always congratulate our sisters who are in this chamber. Each and every one of the 40 of them, Mr. Speaker, go and check. They either beat a man at the primaries or they beat a man at the main election to be here. It means that they are capable. They have what it takes to be able to fight and be able to take what belongs to them. But they are incessant, what you call appeal, making it as if it's affirmative action is only about what you call elected position and political position. That is the problem that they are having. That is not making this bill pass through this house. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you say that let's declare 40% of our seats for women, how are you going to do that? Because, frankly speaking, I'm not ready to give out Aswansi for another woman unless it's ready to beat me at the poll. I will not be ready. And I don't think either of the chief whip, majority or minority, will say that, oh, half of me, I love women so much that half of my seat, take it and give it to a woman. You heard the minority chief whip, that he loves them but not the extent of extending his seat for them. But Mr. Speaker, when we build their capacity to be able to compete effectively, that is when we will be able to achieve what we want to do. And Mr. Speaker, I have said it time and time again. All the examples the minister have given, she will realize the key thing there is education. The key thing there is education. Because, Mr. Speaker, even in our general society, why are they not able to elect themselves? Because they found the majority. Check the population census. Almost every constituency, they are in the majority. In fact, in Aswansi, the most active politically are the women. But they themselves are not willing to put their own forward. Why? We need to build their capacity first. And to build their capacity, we need to give them the opportunity to educate themselves very well, to be able to take good care of their children, so that they will be able to climb the ladder. So, Speaker, the other thing that I want to add is that the way our society perceives women will have to change if we really have to be able to help them to be able to get up. Because, Speaker, my sister is here. We all go through the political drudgery, the hassles equally. But in the constituency, the kind of tag, the name calling and all that serves as a disincentive. We will be doing the same thing. I will not be called a hog. But she can easily be called a prostitute. So many things that we do that really affect them. I agree. This bill needs to be able to pass through this house. But my plea with the minister and the civil society group that are sponsoring this should know that let's start wherever we are, whatever amendment we are willing to provide, let us be able to start and then gradually be able to build on it. That should be their best strategy. But if they want it as it is and insistent that that's how they want it, either they have it or the highway, I'm sorry, we'll continue to have the struggle to be able to get it passed. I hope that this call will be heeded to by all of us. And when the time comes, let us see how we can meet them halfway so that we can pass this bill. And then in future, we'll be able to get the amendments that will get it where it has to be. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want to thank you and the maker for making the statement, and thank you also for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me go to Secretary also first.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity, and also thank the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection for bringing this urgent matter to the fore. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on all sides of the House to consider and pass this bill as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has always been at the forefront of calling for righting historical wrongs. Mr. Speaker, it's not long ago when our president spearheaded
spearheaded the call for, reparation for black people who have been oppressed and sent to the Americas. Mr. Speaker, historically, women have, in almost all societies, have been wronged. And we have to go by legislation to make sure that these wrongs are righted. And I disagree almost violently with the path that was created by the last speaker, Honorable Muntaka. Mr. Speaker, we have to do something now and urgently. Mr. Speaker, first of all, on the question of ethics and morality, Ghanaian society has always been very ethical and moral. Historically, we have the lines of Yasantua and all that to point out that they are as good as men in all aspects of life. Mr. Speaker, and my famous thesis that I always espouse is that it will be almost criminal for a society not to give half of its population a chance in every facet of life to operate, from leadership through to the factory floor, through to whatever. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, our party, that's the New Patriotic Party, and its forebears have always been seen as the, what do you call it?
Honorable members, are you sure you are listening to our colleague? I don't think so. Please, let's give him attention.
As the party which has been against this thing, but historically it is not true. In fact, I want to remember my side of the house that it took a whole Prime Minister K.O. Buzia to legislate that women should have compulsory maternity leave. And as I speak to you now, certain countries that are even called themselves developed and progressive do not have compulsory maternity leave. Mr. Speaker, I need not remind you about the health insurance scheme that has given equal rights to women as far as health is concerned and has protected their reproductive health and given children what the Sickle that they demand. Mr. Speaker, women have made a lot of contribution to society. My mother made more sacrifice than my father as far as me being here. And the greatest thing that we can do is to go by legislation. So that if you go by the legislation, everything, then society can think through it and then make the necessary, rectification. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, let me say that women need protection against sexual violence, bodily harm. They need to vote. They need to operate at all facets of public, take every public office. And then also, they have to have a fair chance in family law and all those things. Ownership. There's one thing, though, that is lost on Ghanaians. Ghanaian women have progressed a lot. When you take in the area of ownership of businesses, that is the small scale and medium scale businesses, Ghanaian women are far ahead. That is something for us to share. When you do the annals in the history of, you do the comparative analysis with the other countries, you see that when it comes to commerce, Ghanaian women have the pride of place. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not enough. And that is why I want to end by saying that let this parliament pass this affirmative action bill now into law so that we can be counted among the progressive nations that are championing the cause of all humanity and not women alone. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Wale Bamboy, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful.
But let me draw your attention to our standing orders 93, specifically 5. The contributions should be very short, not exceeding 5 minutes. I mean, we have to adhere to that. So you have the floor, but
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for your comment that I'm always up to contribute. What it means that I'm working very, very hard and I'm representing my people and representing them very well. Thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Minister for Gender for this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief. There is no any dispute with respect to the relevance of this act. We all agree that there's a need for this affirmative action bill to be passed into a law. The problem is the lip services that we have been offering. Mr. Speaker, this bill was in this House in the C Parliament, and nothing happened. It came back in the 7th Parliament, and I was here. Mr. Speaker, I served on the Committee of Poverty Reduction Strategy. We were taking so many workshops to work on this bill. For the 4 years, it wasn't passed. Fast forward, 8th Parliament, they brought it again. And the Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, the President was here. In one of his State of Nation address, he promised that the bill was going to be passed within that year. And that was around 2018. 2018, it wasn't passed. 2019, go and check the records. The President, in the State of Nation address, apologized and said it was going to be passed. 2019, it wasn't passed. Today, we are sitting here talking about affirmative action bill. Who is saying that is not important? Let's stop this lip service. Let's ensure that we really mean business and that we are able to pass it. Bring it. If there are issues, we'll raise the issues. And then we are able to pass it. That's because this is what I want to say. But again, let me commend the minister and to say that you have a very big job so far as this bill is concerned. Let them bring it and then we'll see how it will go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me go to Chebi.
I'm grateful.
You have the floor now.
I'm grateful to Right Honourable Speaker for the opportunity to contribute to this all-important statement on the floor relating to affirmative action. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to submit that Ghana has made a lot of progress, and this business of affirmative action has been given constitutional elevation. And with your kind permission, if I may quote the Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 35(5), the state shall actively promote the integration of the peoples of Ghana and prohibit discrimination and prejudice on the grounds of place of origin, circumstances of birth, ethnic origin, gender, emphasis supplied, or religion, creed, or other beliefs, towards the achievement of the objectives stated in Clause 5 of this article. The state shall take appropriate measures to foster a spirit of loyalty to Ghana that overrides sectional, ethnic, and other loyalties, achieve reasonable regional and gender balance in recruitment and appointment to public offices. So, Honourable Speaker, I think the affirmative action is a way to flesh out what the Constitution has already provided, and I am of the humble view that every space should be given for its passage. Honourable Speaker, in talking about affirmative action, I can tell you that the colonial mentality is changing. In the days of antiquity, they felt that the male was superior to the female. But that is not the case at all. Honourable Speaker, I'm a twin, and when we were in the primary school, my twin sister was more brilliant than me. There is no logic that a male is superior to a female at all in terms of intellectual capabilities. Ghana has produced even a Chief Justice who is a female. But my sense of this affirmative action and trying to help womanhood find their clout and significance is in any way in the country is for them to put in their best. Honourable Speaker, I do not believe that we can legislate in a manner that no matter the standard of a woman, the woman should occupy some space. I don't believe in it. I don't believe that in the name of affirmative action, if a woman is not qualified to sit in a particular office, affirmative action should confer certain rights to dilute the office. I don't believe in it. I believe that if a woman is qualified and a woman has worked and brought herself to a place of merit, there's no way that anybody can deny the woman where she's entitled to. I do not see any arrangement now in this country called Ghana in which there were roadblocks in preventing our women from becoming members of parliament. If a woman really elects to become a member of parliament, I mean, the women who vote, they are even more than the men. And therefore, we should look at it from the position of the women being very, 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 very aggressive about what I might want to call meritocracy. Because if a woman decides to be very intelligent and powerful, and that's what is needful, this nation can never deprive the woman of what is her due. Honourable Speaker, I also don't believe in this whole idea that the bill should be treated piecemeal. I don't believe in it. I believe in that we should look at the comprehensiveness of the bill and pass it, so that subsequently the amendments should be few. We should never have an arrangement in which we are trying to enact laws and we are trying to give some favors to gender piecemeal. I should say that we should look at the whole bill in a comprehensive manner and also expedite its passage so that the benefits will show. I want to end by quoting one of my favorite women and what she said. I quote this lady 100 times and I'm not tired. I'm referring to a woman by name Mother Teresa. Honourable Speaker, I want to quote what she said. It has become my political mantra. People are often unreasonable, irrational and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of selfish and ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some unfaithful friends and some genuine enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and sincere, people may deceive you. Be honest and sincere anyway. What you spend your years creating, others could destroy overnight. Create anyway. If you find prosperity and happiness, some may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today will often be forgotten. Do good anyway. The good, give the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give your best anyway. In the final analysis, it's between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway, unquote. Honourable Speaker, this didn't come from Shakespeare, who is a male. It came from a woman, the inimitable Mother Teresa. Women, you have the space. The ball is in your court. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Honorable Venerable Atachia. Let me give Saraga. Then, no, honorable member, this is very important for so many people. That's why I am allowing a lot of contribution. But at least you let me listen to Saraga. Is it Saraga West? Saraga South first. Then we will see if we will revert to leadership or whatever it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'll stick to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. I think it's a statement that has come in good time, and I want to share a few thoughts. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to associate myself with some of the contributions that has come in the way of women standing up for ourselves and what it means to do for ourselves what we want. I have never believed that there's been any stumbling block in the way of women's progression in public office. I think it largely depends on how women position ourselves, how we conduct ourselves, and how we take advantage of opportunities that are available. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Fourth Republic, from its inception in 1993, in this parliament, Ghanaian women's role and numbers have appreciated in every single parliament, from the first parliament through to the 8th parliament, except in the 6th parliament, where there was a dip of the number of women here. In the first parliament in 1993, the women representation was 8%. It appreciated in the second parliament to 9%. In the third parliament, we had 9.5 women representation. We saw an increase in the fourth parliament to 10.9%, but as I said initially, then there was a dip in the sixth parliament, in the fifth parliament to 6.5. Women representation picked up again in the sixth parliament to 10%. In the seventh parliament, we had 13.1, and today we have 14.5% representation. Mr. Speaker, what this data says is that consciously, the Ghanaian people are appreciating the role of women in public office and therefore are ready to give us a chance to represent them wherever we find ourselves. We women have to take opportunity of this good energy, positive energy within the constituents, and position ourselves, and also when given the opportunity, we should be able to live to the expectations of our constituents and the people that we represent. Mr. Speaker, we've had this very important statement made here today, clearly leading to the consideration of the Affirmative Action Bill. But out of the 40 women in this parliament, we can count 7 or 8 women today as we receive this statement. Our colleagues were struggling to catch your eye to make a contribution, and Mr. Speaker was consciously trying to make it a women affair. But where are the women to contribute effectively to this statement in order to crystallize our positions and our standing with the bill? Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to once again reiterate that the Affirmative Action Bill will be passed. But even with the passage of the bill, women have to take up the mantle to get what we deserve. Whatever it is that we think somebody is denying us, we have a beautiful opportunity to fight for it. And so let our constituents see us, 40 of us in this house. Today, this important bill is being considered, and you can't find the women. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership, you are yielding to Honorable Wa Central. Honorable Japiamapo, we are coming to bills. You have a lot of opportunity to talk. So let me give to, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably presented by the Minister for Gender. Mr. Speaker, gender and affirmative action are critical elements of every policy in this country. Since the beginning of time in our independence, the commitment to gender and gender equality has always been at the paramount of every policy. there have been real commitment to create a situation where women can have equal opportunity as men. It is misunderstood sometimes to mean that the equality means they will do the same thing at the same time, and that what men do, women will do the same. The Speaker, even though there is gender affirmative, there is still the difference in the perspective of how we are born, how we are growing, and all that. The critical element is that opportunities must be equal to both men and women. The situation of gender inequality has been a long-standing issue. The Speaker, even in the United States of America, where they have proclaimed their independence and
honorable members, the noise is too much.
Where in the United States of America, where they have proclaimed for a very long time their independence and equal rights, the ability of women to vote only came in the 19th Amendment of the American Constitution in 1920, when women were allowed to vote. The Speaker, in this country, various governments have shown this level of commitment. And I recall the last time one president insisted that in all his appointments, the women must have 30% representation. This was President Mills. And indeed, it did happen. And various presidents subsequently have also shown some commitment to it. But it has not always worked out the way we want. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the gender bill, the affirmative action bill, is a critical element that should beautify our constitution. Women have shown distinction in everything they do, and is demonstrated very forcefully by the Speaker, by the maker of the statement, that when women were kept in various positions of high responsibility, they have always shown that they can lead this country to some level of success. And starting from the Speaker, the CJ, and all that, and the many who are in Parliament today, the Speaker, it shows that Ghana can go far with women. Today, the population of women is even more than the population of men. And in the 2021 census, almost the difference between the population of men and women is nearly 500,000 to the advantage of the women. That shows that when women are properly taken care of, and when women are allowed into the stream of decision making, a lot more will be taken care of. The Speaker, I recall what Tete Kwashi said, that when you educate a man, you just educate an individual. But when you educate a woman, you educate a whole population of people. And it is very manifest in the household, in many, many households. If you take a school boy or girl and ask him a question about anything that he has to have or she has to have in school, she makes reference to my mother. My mother didn't pay my school fees. My mother didn't buy this for me. It shows that the position of women in our society, in our development stride, is critical and must be recognized as one area we can't make fun with. Mr. Speaker, I therefore I support the Speaker, the maker of the statement, in all the requests he's making in our desire to pass the the affirmative action bill, which had been delayed severally for no reason at all, Mr. Speaker. But it is just this caution I want to pass on to women. To talk about gender equality or gender mainstreaming should not give the women a feeling that somebody is going to lift them up. They must work hard to lift themselves up. They must take advantage of every situation in the country. They must not be seen as the backward or the disadvantaged group of people, and they should insist on their rights. It's very, very critical. If you stay back and allow somebody to lift you, it is where they cheat you. The Speaker, women must rise and make their name heard in this country. It's important, and we want to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we have another statement.
Speaker, shall we proceed to the next statement?
Come again?
Can we proceed to the next statement?
Next statement.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. That is also on World Sickle Cell Awareness Celebration. And the statement has been crafted by the Central Town MP, Roosevelt. Honorable, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address this August House on World Sickle Cell Awareness Day with great honor and a deep sense of responsibility. The day celebrated globally on June 19th is dedicated to raising awareness about sickle cell disease, a genetic disorder affecting millions worldwide. It is an opportunity to highlight the impact of this disease, advocate for improved care and support for those affected, and promote ongoing research towards a cure. Sickle cell disease is a significant public health issue affecting millions globally. According to the World Health Organization, it is estimated that approximately 300,000 babies are born with sickle cell each year. Most of these births occur in low and middle income countries, where adequate health care is often limited. The global prevalence of the disease varies, with the highest incidence found in sub-Saharan Africa, India, and the Middle East. Africa bears the heaviest burden of sickle cell disease. Approximately 75% of global sickle cell disease cases occur in sub-Saharan Africa, with Nigeria alone accounting for nearly 100,000 newborns each year. In many African countries, sickle cell disease contributes significantly to child mortality, with many children not surviving past the age of 5 due to lack of early diagnosis and proper medical care. This highlights the urgent need for increased awareness, better healthcare infrastructure, and comprehensive newborn screening programs across the continent. In Ghana, sickle cell disease is a significant public health concern. It is estimated that around 2% of all newborns in Ghana are affected by the sickle cell disease, translating to about 15,000 babies born with the condition each year. The Ghana Health Service reports that sickle cell disease is responsible for a significant proportion of child morbidity and mortality. Despite these challenges, Ghana has made commendable strides in addressing sickle cell disease through initiatives such as National Newborn Screening Program, which has been instrumental in the early detection and management of the disease. Mr. Speaker, World Sickle Cell Awareness Day is paramount for several reasons. It provides a platform to educate the public about the disease, its symptoms, and the importance of early diagnosis and treatment. It serves as an advocacy tool to push for better healthcare policies, increase funding for research, and improve access to quality care for patients. The celebration fosters a sense of community and support for individuals and families affected by sickle cell disease, helping to reduce stigma and discrimination. It also highlights the need for continual research into treatment and ultimately a cure for sickle cell disease. Mr. Speaker, despite the progress made, several challenges persist in the fight against sickle cell disease. Many people, especially in the rural areas, remain unaware of the disease and its implications. Lack of specialized healthcare facilities and trained personnel hampers effective management of sickle cell disease. Individuals with sickle cell disease often face stigma and discrimination, affecting their quality of life. The cost of treatment and management of sickle cell disease can be prohibitive for many families, limiting access to necessary care. Mr. Speaker, to address these challenges and improve the lives of those affected by sickle cell disease, the following measures include increasing investment in public education campaigns to raise awareness about sickle cell disease, its symptoms, and the importance of early diagnosis. Invest in the healthcare infrastructure to provide specialized care and support for sickle cell disease patients, including training for healthcare providers, and so on and so forth. Encourage and fund research initiatives to find better treatments and ultimately a cure for the disease. Develop and implement policies that provide financial support for families affected by the sickle cell disease, ensuring they have access to necessary medical care and resources. In addition, it is important to establish community-based support programs to provide psychological support and reduce stigma and discrimination against individuals suffering from the disease. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in conclusion, World Sickle Cell Awareness Day is a crucial opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitment to addressing the challenges posed by the sickle cell disease. Mr. Speaker, it is my considered view that the treatment of the sickle cell disease be considered under the National Health Insurance Scheme. And by raising awareness, advocating for better care, and supporting ongoing research, we can make significant strides towards improving the lives of those affected by the condition. Let us work together to ensure that every individual with sickle cell disease receives the care and support they need to live a healthy and a fulfilling life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are pressed with time, so we will invite 2 contributors from each side. That includes leadership, please. Yes. Honourable Member for Severi also.
Thank you very much.
But again, remind yourself that you are not going beyond 5 minutes as a contributor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the reminder. Yes, if we were left on our own devices, we would go on a whole lecture spree. But Mr. Speaker, suffice to say that let me thank the Speaker, the maker of the statement, for bringing this very important issue to the floor of the Parliament for a deliberation. Mr. Speaker, sickle cell disease is a hemoglobinopathy. That means it affects the...
Come again, it is what?
A hemoglobinopathy. It affects the cells. The hemoglobin is a genetic problem, and it was carried to the Americas, particularly from West Africa, during the era of the slave trade. And then also it persists in certain gene traits around the Mediterranean, and in fact, Southern Europeans even have that trait, and then also in the Middle East and certain island states in the Pacific. Mr. Speaker, sickle cell disease is a big problem in West Africa. Unfortunately, a lot of the children used to die very young, and there's this phenomenon of the idea that when you have children, sometimes they die, and we have local names, like children, they are born, they die, they are born, until you go and do scarification. Those who escape because they have, because they don't have the full gene expression, that's the SS.
If you have AC or sometimes SC, you survive. And that is why they have this phenomenon, especially in Nigeria and Ghana, that when you have the child, they play truant on you and then they die and come back. But Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious problem in Africa, particularly in West Africa. And we say that early detection is the key, because once you are diagnosed at birth or shortly after birth, then you can take all the precautions. The child can be shielded against so many things that bring on the sickle cell disease. But before I go on, Mr. Speaker, let me remind everybody that actually the sickle cell gene confers, when it is not fully expressed, confers some immunity or partial immunity against our own nemesis, malaria. Because when it is heterogeneously expressed, the sickle cell gene cannot be attacked by the Plasmodium parasite. So I'm talking about AS and all that. That is why it has not died out, because any gene that gives some benefit to a population tends to perpetuate itself. Mr. Speaker, let me come to very, very mundane things and say that today, that the Speaker who brought the maker of statement has brought something to the fore that Ghanaians should. We owe it a duty to the world to refer, because Ghana is one of the epicenters of this whole disease. And let me also take this opportunity to pay tribute to two doctors who come to mind. Professor Koleto Ahunu, for example, has made tremendous work in this area. And then the late Dr. Koku Ohine Frimpong also have made a lot of, strides in that, particularly in the Americas. Currently, there's a lot of hope, because once you are diagnosed and you know your status, you can avoid so many things that precipitate strenuous exercises, infections, and whatnot. So they tend to live longer now. It's no longer a death sentence. You can almost live a full life. But of course, there are challenges, because sometimes you go into crisis, you tend to have what you call hemolytic crisis and all that. Some of them can be very severe, and there's the omnipresent of risking your life and losing your life. But having said that, I believe that sickle cell disease is almost it's a disease, but its expression is syndromic, and it's almost all of them is covered under the health insurance scheme, because it's cure, if we can say that, it's a frontier stuff. We are talking about a bone therapy replacement and or gene therapy and all that. Those ones, I don't think we are in a good position to do that. But still, Ghana owes it a duty to the rest of the world to make that kind of research a resident in this country, so that we can make removing afflictions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Former Minister. Yes. Honorable Member for Bia.
Bia West.
Bia West.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The maker of the statement has been kind to bring this important issue to the fore, and with the additional contributions, it enriches what we see in the sickle cell situation. Indeed, there are many who are walking about here with the disease, unaware of that. Rather than maybe using somebody else as an illustrative example, I point to myself. I showed up at the University of Ghana, and every student was required to have medical examination. Then they did the examination and they said, you are sickle cell positive. But hold on. Now you have to go to a second stage to find out whether you are sickling or you have the trait. At least from our basic biology, we know we have the genotype and the phenotype. The genotype means you have the trait in your system, but the phenotype is manifested or not. So the AS will be somebody who has the trait, but the SS has the full-blown problem.
Associated with that, if you are going to run track, for example, you cannot do so because you use all the oxygen you have and you may collapse and die. And then there are so many other things. Interestingly, it has been argued that people with sickling traits or are sickling positive, actually, when they get mosquito bites, they don't develop malaria, because while every normal person's blood cells are round, the sickling person is oval, and because of that, he doesn't store enough oxygen in order to survive for the malaria to survive within your system, incubate and make you sick. So this little positive thing is still not known to the wide population. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that, as has been discussed by the presenter, indeed, an awareness of everyone about their sickling status is extremely important. And that, like he mentioned, if it is possible, all children born, they should be tested so we can have a good information about the status of every person. Mr. Speaker, I'm contributing to this to say that the awareness the sickling disease receives in our society is still extremely low. People are praying against that. He is sickling positive, the other person is also positive. These are coming together as couples, and for all practical purposes, they are saying they will pray and God is going to change the situation. Many believers, as we do, know that there are so many things God can do, and there are certain things God doesn't do. In our situation, we need to have more education so that people become aware of this and to take the necessary actions. And finally, I will say that we should continue to advocate so that the necessary medications are available for people who may need it, and also our teachers in our schools, so that students are exempted from certain activities that the sickling positive people may carry, for which can affect them negatively. In a few words, I just want to say that, Mr. Speaker, again, this is a timely subject, and I thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Alexander Hotoji, and the rest for contributing towards this rich discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let him come to leadership.
It's a personal matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And I want to thank our colleague for making this statement on the day that the world recognizes the prevalence of sickle cell disease amongst us. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity also to thank the staff of the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics at Kolebu. There are some dedicated staff there that work tirelessly to do research and also to take care of the unfortunate members of the community that suffer this. Mr. Speaker, I thank Dr. Free for providing the professional view of this, and also the doc for bringing something to the fore. Mr. Speaker, I believe no matter how much you love your partner before you get married, if it is known to the two of you that the combined effect of the two of you could result into a child that will go through the kind of harrowing situation they go through, you should advise yourself. Your emotional satisfaction should not take away the fact that you are about to create a situation that you cannot control. It is not enough for you to say that God would somehow create a situation where the children will not be sickle cell, will not have sickle cell disease. Mr. Speaker, I agree that Ghana has made some significant progress with regard to this disease. We are told that this, the Institute of Clinical Genetics was formed in 1974. But Mr. Speaker, since 1974 till today, since 1974, the place that the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics have been operating is just like a 6-unit classroom block at Kolebu. Actually, it's just like a 6-unit classroom block. Since 1974, we have not shown enough commitment in terms of dealing with this enough. So, Mr. Speaker, if you were to be around anybody who is going through crisis as a sickle cell patient, it is not something you want to witness. And unfortunately for many, they have to go through this for the rest of their lives. The least we can do is to make sure that we provide the necessary atmosphere for them to be taken care of. But Mr. Speaker, guess what? Even the center we call the Center for Clinical Genetics in Kolebu operates from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. only. It's as if the crisis the patient go through stop at 5 p.m. and then start again at 5 a.m. And it's not the fault of the people who manage the center. It's simply because they don't have the resources to run a 24-hour service as a center. Mr. Speaker, I believe this statement should not be taken kindly. I think it is time to have a center for clinical genetics that is fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. It probably doesn't have to cost as much as the cost of a one-district hospital. We can do this, Mr. Speaker. Let this house be the one that will take a decision that we will support government and private sector to make sure we have a center that is fit for purpose for research and trained staff that can deal with this particular disease. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to plead with you that maybe you would direct the Committee on Health to do some work and advise the House as to how the House can help government and private sector to make sure we improve on the services that is provided to sickle cell patients in Kolebu, because currently it is just not fair that a whole center run from a 6-unit classroom block and they operate from 5 a.m. and close at 5 p.m. So if you get into crisis at 7 p.m., you are on your own, because if you go to A&E, they may not be able to understand you the way the specialists will treat you when you were to go to the center. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to say that this is a very important statement, and I hope that this will not be the first.
Thank you. Let me go to majority leadership. Are you majority leadership?
I will wish that we proceed to rather take public business, because I'm not speaking.
Come again?
I won't speak.
You won't speak.
And I want to further seek your leave so that we can proceed to do public business. Because I'm supposed to be the last person to speak. I've seen the deputy leader signal you. He just walked in. He just walked in. And he's early today. Early. Yesterday you were throwing bombs at me. Because shall we proceed to do public business? Okay, so I will cede 1 minute to him. A minute of my time.
Well. Then I will also add 1 minute to it. So we have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And let me thank the maker of the statement. A very important statement. And the reason I wanted to make contribution is that I'm not focusing on the history of the disease and the pain. We all know it. But the hope that we now have that sickle cell disease can be managed. And let me pay tribute to Dr. Frimpong, who really led the effort to establish the early screening center in Ghana. He in fact, he's the best sickle cell doctor in the whole United States. And he decided to make sure that newborn screening is something that we can do in Ghana. It was a struggle, but it has been established. And every indication is that if newborns are screened, there's the opportunity for children to really avoid the pain throughout their life, because they will be put on penicillin from day one. And I think that this is a message that must reach every parent in Ghana, that it is important that every child is screened from the first week so that we know. I'm also very happy to know that I think I read a report where the National Health Insurance has put hydroxyurea. Hydroxyurea is the drug that has really been helping sickle cell. And I believe that the call for the National Health Insurance to completely take care of sickle cell patients is a very important one. There's a lot of scientific breakthroughs on this disease But we as a country must focus on it and must put our money where our mouth is and do everything possible to support sickle cell patients. Of course, if you look at the background of a lot of these sickle cell patients, they are smart, they are very good, and they lead in everything. And so it is important that we focus attention on it, especially making sure that hydroxyurea will reach every community, every remote place. And then early born screening is something we have to campaign to make sure that every newborn is screened so that the debilitating effect of sickle cell is avoided. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have brought statement time to a close. Let me thank the two makers of the statement and all the contributors. We are grateful to all of you. I'm unable to direct any committee to take up any matters. I am personally reluctant to do so henceforth because there are so many directives we've given to committees and none has been reported back by way of the committees bringing their report to the House. So I'm a bit reluctant when I'm called to refer any matter to a committee. So committee chair and ranking, I'm using this opportunity to ask you to work on any referral that has been given to you. It's important that once a referral has been made to your committee, you work on it and report back to us. We have so many of them that we've referred to committees and we don't hear anything from it. So I'm making this passionate appeal to the committee chair and the ranking. Come again.
Speaker, we have 689 referrals before committees. Just to assist.
So please, let's work. Then, other than that, we don't see the need to make referral to any committee. So on that note, we thank you and move to public business. Yes.
Speaker, at the commencement of public business, may we move on to item 23 on page 21. But, Speaker, before then, shall we quickly take item 1 on order paper addendum? So we are taking just item 1. The 2 will not be attended to today. We are taking item 1 on order paper addendum, after which we proceed to page 21 and take item 23.
Very well. Honourable members, let's take our addendum paper item 1, presentation of papers. So let me respectfully invite the chairman of the committee to do us the honors.
Report of the Committee on Education on the determination of the agency of the National Service Authority Bill 2024.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members.
We can now proceed to 23 on page 21. No.
What is it?
Item 23, page 21.
Yes.
Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill 2023 at the consideration stage.
So Honorable members, come with me into page 21. Page 21 in today's order paper, item listed 23. Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill 2023 at the consideration stage.
We have a very fundamental issue with this. This bill is from the Attorney General's department. The Attorney General is not here. The deputies are not here. We will not be able to support or continue to make this until the Attorney General himself turns up here. We have no problem with our colleague. You are not a minister. If they wanted to make you minister, they would have made you a minister.
Are you?
They don't want to make you minister, so you can't pretend to be the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the minister must be here to be able to take this one. We can do anything, but yes. I mean, he must prioritize his business in the house. This is not a secondary business. This is a primary business of the Attorney General. He must choose between this and any other thing.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. The last time that the Deputy Attorney General was here on this very bill, she was told that the bill, we are seized with the bill, and it is not for the Attorney General to prosecute the bill. After the Attorney General had presented the memorandum, the bill to us in the form of memorandum, they finished with their job. This is a bill of the House, and not that we don't need the Attorney General to prosecute here. And this was told the Attorney General in her face here, the Deputy Attorney General. So if there is another thing that my brother would want to say, he must go ahead. But to say that the Attorney General must be here before we prosecute a bill emanating from the Attorney General's department, I think my brother is not fair. It's not right. It is our bill.
Yes, let me listen to Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with Chief Whip that we should be very careful. We should be very careful the conventions that we are setting in this House. It is helpful if a minister like the Attorney General is here to help in going through the bill. But if we make it mandatory that he must always be here, we'll be ceding the work of Parliament to the executive. And we should be very careful. It will be very helpful. It will be very, very helpful. If it's laying of documents, I can understand. But I want to plead with him that we should not make it the rule that if the minister is not here, Parliament cannot do its work. That's what I want to plead with him. That if we do that, it will create problems for us. It will only mean that if the executive is not here, Parliament cannot do their work. And that should not be the case. Especially when it comes to bills. The issue of making law is for Parliament, not the executive. The executive will introduce and assist Parliament. But if we make it mandatory that as long as the executive is not here, we cannot do our work, it will be very, very bad. It's for the executive to be here to help and fashion the bill the way they want it. If they refuse to be here, why would we bother ourselves? No, I'm saying the person who is here the author of the bill, the author of the bill is deciding that, look, whatever Parliament does, I'm okay with it. Why should you bother yourself about that? I think the Parliament should be allowed to do its own work. We can call him if we need him. And I will encourage ministers to be here. I would encourage that ministers are here to go through their bill in their own interest. If the minister decides that he's not here to go and come and do the bill for himself, I don't think we should bother ourselves. We are doing the law for the people of Ghana. It's as simple as that. Not for that minister. Today the minister is a minister, tomorrow is not minister. So I want to plead to my colleague that if there are other reasons why you want the AG, fine. But we shouldn't make it mandatory. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, I think that my senior colleague, the Honorable Defense Minister, has successfully captured my sentiment. and I want Hansard to bear me witness. Speaker, there are 3 bills that the Speaker personally, and the last time he lamented, as Speaker, you are lamenting. The Social Protection Bill, the Affirmative Action Bill, and the Industrial Property Office Bill, and then the Interstate Succession Bill. The Speaker was very, very emotional about these bills. And a while ago, the Speaker has lamented the number of referrals that are still getting dusty at committee level, and the need for us to dispense of this bill. And Speaker, to make the point, I gave a prior notice to my colleague. I told him that we have 2 bills, the National Roads Authority Bill, and then this one. And he says, so that these were his words. We should hold on with the roads bill and proceed with this one. I know there are other undercurrents. I just want to appeal to my colleague. Let's do the understanding, the prior understanding we had was that we would do a few clauses of this bill, and then we lay papers, and then we have already dispensed of the statement, and we call it a day. Please, please, Kwame, I beg you in the name of God. I beg you in the name of God. Please. You are very, he's a very good man. He's a very good man. Honorable Dafemeko, I don't need your support. In fact, I don't need your support. I need the support of the chief whip. Speaker, for heaven's sake, we cannot, I am just saddened by the turn of event, especially where it's not like I put a surprise on him. I gave him prior notification. That's why the chairman has been sitting. He had to even compromise going for a board meeting to be here to lead this. I beg you, Kwame, don't do that. We have other matters we can discuss. So, Speaker, I plead with you, appeal to them. Maybe if they don't listen to me, they'll listen to you. Plead with my colleagues that we should do a few clauses. We just do at most 6 clauses, and then we call it a day. No.
Well, let me listen to
you want to raise quorum. There's a procedure. Well, if you want to raise quorum, go ahead and raise it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the challenge we have is the fact that our colleagues on the majority side, or the majority, is not encouraging us to come to the chamber. You look at the numbers and look at our side. Mr. Speaker, they are supposed to bring business for us to do. Today, look at the numbers. Yesterday, the same. And that is what is creating, what we are seeing now. Mr. Speaker, please, whatever goes on here is public. They are seeing us. And if you continue, 2-3 people sitting and considering bills, I don't think it is healthy. It doesn't send a good message. On that note, Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, numbers. We don't have. No. No. This is very important. And you see,
well, we will do some few clauses, and then we'll call it a day. I know my colleagues are very cooperative. In fact, I plead with you. Let's
you will not allow me to learn.
And we'll proceed. You have just landed.
I have not.
You have finished.
I have not finished.
But when we are doing bills, just a few of us sitting in the chamber.
Attendance is also another problem. Since when?
Honorable Tyler, have you finished your submission?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that the picture outside there is not the best. It is not good for our image. As if we are joking here. And if the government doesn't have any business for us to do, then we should adjourn Senator so that we go home and continue. Because as I speak to you, most of our colleagues are following the Vice President left, right, and center. We also have to go and campaign. We cannot be here doing government business while they go out there and campaign. We also want to follow our flag bearers. Thank you.
Because what he said should be expunged from the record. You can't say that colleagues are following the Vice President. Why? But your running mate is also campaigning. You want the Vice President to sit at home. Your running mate is campaigning. What is wrong if our running mate is campaigning? What is this? What is this? So that should be expunged. No, but why can you say that? Senior, how can you say that? No, even the British Parliament, you don't get all members in the chamber all the time. Speaker, I implore you, the statement, he expressed his view, that's fine. But the statement about members following the Vice President is absolutely incorrect. And he should be made to retract that statement. Speaker, I implore you to direct my colleague to retract that statement. It is most unfortunate, it's untenable, it is wrong. He can't say that anybody who is not here is following the Vice President. If you don't know, check the record. There are a number of our colleagues who have signed leave of absence. You should check that before making this statement.
It's a fact and it is true. The colleagues are following the Vice President around, and that's the reason why some of them are not here. My point is that if it is about campaign, then let us adjust it so that we all go, because they are not showing commitment towards business in this house. Why should we come here and waste our time?
Leader. Yes, leader.
Respected chairman of the committee just surprised me by saying that we don't need a minister here. We don't even need his deputies. Look at you. Look around you. You don't even have your people around. We have issues of quorum. We have issues of the minister not being here. And instead of basically addressing this matter in a way, you are trying to challenge members here. Please, you want us to play by the rules? Honourable Speaker, the Attorney General is not here. He has two deputy ministers. They are also not here. And what we are saying is that he needs to be here for us to take this very important bill. That's all it is. It's not mute.
Honorable member, on that score, as to whether, fine, it's good that the minister is here to shepherd his own bill. It's good. But I don't think it is so fatal that if it's not here, we cannot do. So what I'm saying is, if it's a question of the minister not here, I don't think it's a big issue. We can go on where we get to a point that we need a minister to come and give us certain explanation. We will invite the minister to come. But I don't think it's fatal that if the minister is not here, we cannot proceed with our duty. Our duty as this house is to make laws. It is not the executive that are supposed to make laws. It's parliament that's supposed to make laws. Fine, if it's numbers, that is another thing. If a question of numbers, that is another thing. But to just stand on the fact that the minister is not here, we cannot proceed on our job, I don't think that is something that we can hold on. So for the minister issue, let's put it aside. If we meet any challenge that we need this explanation, obviously we put that in there, we put it down. Anytime he's here, you address that particular issue.
Mr. Speaker,
bring another business.
We have no reason to challenge you, Mr. Speaker. In this house, it is always good to have a minister or deputy minister to shepherd a bill.
But he's challenging that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It is true.
Yes, Mr.
But it's
Speaker,
not fatal if it's not here.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely fatal.
To make amendments?
The Attorney General has two deputies. He does not prioritize work in this house. Mr. Speaker, is it not a clear case that in this house, we have actually taken bills before with the absence of some ministers? We are being honest. We do. It's the person involved that we are talking about. The person does not prioritize.
Minister, then when you do, honorable member, when you do that, then you are personalizing. I want us to go beyond.
Mr. Speaker, this Attorney General.
I hope you took the exhortation of defense minister. You took it carefully.
Mr. Speaker, I have been here since 2013. He's probably been here longer than me. I don't know why he's saying that the executive can bring business here, and in his word, if they decide not to come. If they decide not to come, Mr. Speaker, because indeed, this house, we have generated our own businesses before, did it, and the president says, the executive said they will not sign. So let them be here, so we don't make mistake for them to say they will not sign. Mr. Speaker, look, I can advise my colleagues, just look for another business for us to do. Yes, when we discussed in the morning, our agreement to do this deal was premised on the fact that the minister or anybody representing the minister was going to be here. If you were to tell me the Attorney General or his deputies were not coming, I would have told him not to even schedule this business. So we can talk for the whole day, Mr. Speaker. You can decide that we will start. But the next thing I can guarantee you will do is that we'll call quorum and nothing will happen. So let's do this amicably. How do you call it? Honorable Anyimedu, if it were to be about you, we would have done it. Please, let the minister come, we'll do his business. Chief Whip, please look for new business for us to do. But as for this particular business, it's a non-business. We are not doing it.
It's very interesting, and it's indeed very revealing. My colleague, your statement is very revealing. Look for other business and we'll do it, but not the one associated with the Attorney General. Speaker, my colleague is a fine gentleman. Yesterday, we prosecuted the National Roads Authority bill. The minister, for the record, was not in the house. The minister, for the record, was not in the house. But we went ahead. We went ahead and considered it. So, if it is the case that we should always do your bidding, we will yield to you. So I should look for another business. I'll find one. Speaker, I'll look for another business and we'll do that. And definitely, I'm going for the Roads Authority bill. The minister is for the record, not in the house. Is he going to be it or not? So you're just picking and choosing. They have a principle. Let their position be a principle position, and we will understand. So, if we are proceeding to consider the Roads Authority bill, the minister is not in the house. Will you do it? Will you participate?
Mr. Speaker, let the chief whip look behind his seat and ask himself whether he is impressed that we should go ahead.
Before the chairman comes in, I'll go by the council of the chief whip, that I should look for another business and they will willingly comply. Thank you. I have found one. Listen, now I have found one business. Listen to my business. Speaker, shall we then move on to page 17? Before you come in, senior, we move on to page 17 and take item 22, the National Road Authority bill, at the consideration stage.
Honourable Speaker.
Speaker, we move to page 17.
We will do that.
Will you participate?
We will do that.
No, I'm asking you, will you participate?
Honourable Speaker, let me make
Deputy
it clear.
Leader,
Yes.
answer my question.
Yes,
Will you
let me
participate?
make a point.
You participate.
Let me make a
Even
point.
though the minister.
Honorable members, you are not speaking to the mic.
During the opening session, the majority leader called on ministers to be consistent in attending to this house when their business is here. The speaker re-echoed that. We just made the point that the Attorney General is a habitual absentee when it comes to his own business. And we are saying that because of that, he has to be here or his deputies are here. There's a big difference between the Attorney General and the other ministers who have been consistent here. And that's our position. And that's our position.
Honorable members, I think the House, whatever we are doing for posterity. Tomorrow, the same thing will come to play with us. So that is why, honorable members, that is why I thought we would take the advice of the Defense Minister, that if we decide to insist that if the Minister for Attorney General and Justice is not here, no bail can be taken, it will be a dangerous precedent that will be setting. So I thought we would have taken that particular advice seriously to guide Parliament going forward. not only on the 8th Parliament, going forward. So let's make sure that whatever we are doing today will not be something that will come to bite us tomorrow.
Can we respect the Honorable Defense Minister? But I'm saying that to agree with that position will be rewarding people who have not been respecting Parliament. And the Attorney General is number one. Be here. If he's not here, we have to have a tool to make sure they know that if they are not going to respect Parliament, who will do their business?
Speaker, it is not correct. It is not correct. Any time the Attorney General is unable to come to this House, his deputy comes here. How many times do you sit in this chamber? Even today you came late. Even today you came late. Take a cue from your chief whip.
No. Honorable leader. No.
There is a reckless statement he just made.
Honorable chief whip.
It's a reckless statement. Well, we can close.
Honorable chief whip.
Say that Attorney General doesn't come to this.
Honorable chief whip, please. No.
You can't talk like that.
Honorable chief whip. Chairman, I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Let him settle the matter before I come to you. Yes. I'll come to you. Let him listen to the minister first. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, the leadership of the minority or majority, they have the right to take a position on any matter.
Yes.
Parliament also has the right to take, like you are representing the Speaker, you have the right to rule or to make your issues on any matter. I don't think we should argue, we should continue to argue on this matter. It's very clear that at this particular moment, the majority leadership has decided that they will not proceed with this bill.
The minority leadership.
Minority. At this moment, the minority leadership has decided that they will not proceed on this bill unless and until the AG is here. I think that we should not proceed to argue so much on this matter. We should do some background consultation and then deal with this matter later. We should deal with it later, and then we can go back, and tomorrow we should deal with it later. It will help. Otherwise, if we continue to argue, it will take us nowhere. The issues have been made up. So let's move on.
Yes, Chairman. From Chairman, I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be placed on record that the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs is being frustrated in this House. Mr. Speaker, there had been a lot of instances. Now, the Speaker, the Right Honourable Speaker, made mention of laws that had been referred to the committee. And we had to work with the speed of light in order to go along with what the Speaker has said. Almost all the bills that are referred to us are emanating from the Attorney General's Department. In this House, it has been placed on record that, and legally, when a minister presents a bill to us, the minister has the responsibility to go through the memorandum with us. Legally speaking, Parliament cannot touch the memorandum because that is the note. That is what the minister gives us. When the bill is referred to the committee, the minister is responsible to give us policy guidance on the bill. And they sit through the bill for us to go through it. We come to the House to prosecute it. And because of an undercurrent, laws are changed on the floor of the House. Let it be placed on record that the minority is saying that any bill emanating from the Attorney General, they are not going to participate. Mr. Speaker, or better still, because I would not be comfortable to lead the committee because all our bills are emanating from the Attorney General. And therefore, I can resign easily. I can resign because nothing is being done. Mr. Speaker, aside that, when there was a bill that emanated from majority of the people from the minority, I'm talking about the LGBTQ bill, they called me many names. At some point, a decision was made in the House that they don't even need the chairman to prosecute the bill. And they went ahead to prosecute it. In throwing away the bathwater, Mr. Speaker, we should be careful not to throw away the baby. If it is the decision that anything emanating from the Attorney General, the minority is not going to participate, let it be placed on record. And then the bills that have been referred to us, we would gladly come to the House and report to the House that we are being frustrated and therefore we have ended our work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I believe strongly that my brother, the chairman of the Constitutional League, spoke out of context. Mr. Speaker, when a procedure is set down for right to be exercised, you follow the procedure in exercising the right. This House is not frustrating the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee in any manner whatsoever. Our work as a committee ends up at the committee level when a report is brought to this House and the bill is at consideration stage. The bill is the bill of the House. Okay. It is no longer the bill of Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. It is the bill of Parliament. Okay. It is in the domain of Parliament. Okay. So, having done your work and presented your report as second reading, okay, you can blame the committee. Okay. Because it is no longer
Honorable Hiafo,
the committee's work.
I'll let you continue.
Yes.
If you are saying that a bill comes to the House, yes, and during the consideration stage, it is not even the bill from the Constitutional Committee.
Yes, it's the bill of the House.
It's the bill of the House.
Yes. That is
then what then becomes a situation whereby we are saying that if the Attorney General is not here.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to that.
I'm coming.
Respond to whatever
if
they have
even
said,
the committee,
yes, I'll come to that.
Cannot hold ownership to the constitution.
He makes reference to the LGBTQ bill. Mr. Speaker, once it is the bill of the
No, I want you to address my my
Mr.
issue.
Speaker, let me make my point and I will address you to your satisfaction. Mr. Speaker, he makes reference to the LGBTQ bill that in his absence, a member of the committee is prepared to move the amendment. Mr. Speaker, when a bill is brought to this particular House, it is not the committee. So in the absence of the chairman of the committee, any member of the particular committee can move any amendment of the committee. And we have done this on many occasions. So he's wrong in that particular statement. He's wrong. And legally, he's wrong. Then, Mr. Speaker, they are saying that this bill is the name of the Attorney General. He needs to be here. Mr. Speaker, I indicate that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is the procedure that must be followed in exercising the right. Attorney General is the one who fought the case of Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General. And the Supreme Court has given an interpretation to Article 104 of the Constitution, which means that when we are taking a decision in this House, we must have 138 members of the House. Mr. Speaker, consideration of a bill is a decision to be taken. Now, the ministry that is sponsoring the bill is not here. And you want us to proceed with the number that we have now in his absence, so that tomorrow Parliament is at the wrong side. Is that what we are seeking to do? Mr. Speaker, let's do the right thing. Some of us, when he was fighting that particular bill, informed him that what you are doing, you disable Parliament from functioning, particularly when it comes to consideration of a bill. He didn't listen. He took up the matter. Now the Supreme Court has done a pronouncement on the matter. As a textualist, I would want to respect Article 104 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
I believe this is the reason for which our leaders are saying that we need a majority, we need the Attorney General to be here to know the challenges that we are facing sometimes when it comes to consideration of a bill, so that he can feel his own action. So, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong if the leadership has taken a decision that this is a bill being sponsored by the Attorney General, he needs to be here. There is nothing absolutely wrong about it. Mr. Speaker, whatever we'll be doing at the end of the day, the same Attorney General can go to the court and declare it invalid, as he has done of Attorney General versus Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General. So the president is there. The guiding principle has been set. So we need to follow the guiding principle in working in this house. Not that any other person is setting the rules. In his own case, the rules has been set. So are you blaming us for not following? Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honourable members, indulge me, I'm suspending the House. Let me suspend the House for 30 minutes. No, let me listen to, before I suspend the House, let me listen to my friend who for some time now has never given me any proverb.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. First, Right Honourable Speaker, with your indulgence, let me express my serious reservation about the conduct of the Majority Chief Whip. Yes, what you just did here.
Honourable member.
You raise your voice.
Honourable Efuseni, please. Let's respect ourselves. He's a leader.
Because
he is a leader, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just
you withdraw that one. Withdraw
the Majority Chief will not be happy even.
I'm saying withdraw that one and use another word. Leader, no. You. No,
yes,
don't
Mr. Speaker, let me tell him.
Leader, I've never given you the floor. Leader, honorable, please withdraw the statement and use another word, please.
Mr. Speaker, the duty of carrying out.
Honorable.
Yes, I'm not talking about his person. I'm talking about.
Just withdraw that word, the conduct, the way you feel.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I withdraw. But I just want to indicate that those who have the burden to discharge in this house of carrying out government business must show a serious attitude to doing that business. And when you are not able to command your numbers, you should be humble. Mr. Speaker, when you have a very, very bad armpit, you should not be overzealous to be shaking hands. You don't have the numbers. And so I think that issue must from now elicit the attention of the majority side. Every day that we come here, it has to take this side of the house to show a greater commitment to doing government business, which will be their calling. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, what was the last time the Attorney General attended onto this house? Because this house, if you prioritize the business of this house, if he prioritizes the work of ensuring that the bills that he brings to this house get passed, he will show a greater commitment to attending on the house. The fact that he doesn't come here means that he shows less respect for this house. And Mr. Speaker, I think that message should unmistakably be conveyed to him, that if he wants the business that he's brought to this house to be carried to its logical conclusion, he must show his presence in this house. He has 2 other deputies. Where are any of them, Mr. Speaker? And so it tells us that they are not showing any serious respect, not only to us, but even for the work that they have brought for us to do in this house. Mr. Speaker, this house must stand up and assert itself, because if you sell yourself for paid, they will buy you for nothing. We should ensure that nobody takes us for granted, that you can just throw any business at us, not a lackadaisical attitude, and get the house to come and do your work for you. It is not proper. And I want to insist that whatever the Attorney General is doing, he must leave it and come to this house and come and provide guidance and whatever that we need to get
some of this legislation passed. I think it is of absolute importance, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you
very much.
Honourable members. Like I said, I want to suspend the House.
With respect, Deputy Leader, with respect. Please, I'm also in leadership with you. You have the right, listen to me. Speaker, I think I have worked with my colleagues for some time now, and it's not a fleeting period. We've been in leadership for some time. I am not the type who disrespects my colleagues. I think what I saw, probably the tone, and unreservedly I would want to apologize to colleagues if the tone with which I addressed them was harsh. No problem about that. But what I sought to do was to say that the Attorney General does not disrespect this House. Any occasion that he is unable to show up, the deputy comes up, or the deputy has often shown up. So it is not correct, Deputy Leader, with respect to you, it is not correct when you make that absolute statement that the Attorney General disrespects this House. That was all I sought to do, not to disrespect anybody. And also, Speaker, with respect, to also emphasize the point that I don't spring surprises. Anytime I want to mention any business to be prosecuted, I signal my colleague. Unfortunately, you are not a whip, so you don't understand our signals. And I don't blame you for that. Maybe in your other word, when you become a whip, you will understand me. No, with respect, I've often spoken.
He wants him to calm down.
Speaker, maybe I said in his other world, when he becomes a minority whip, and then the whip becomes the leader, he will understand. So learn the language of the whip leader. Don't be in a hurry to impress. So I want to appeal to my colleagues. And also, no, listen, let me conclude. I want to apologize to my colleagues if I have affected their emotions or sensibilities by way of my tone or even choice of words. Unreservedly, I retract. But, so Speaker, we will, and I like the concluding statement of the Chief Whip. The Chief Whip, a very fine gentleman. His concluding statement were that, unless of course he wants to disown his own statement. His concluding statement were that Chief Whip find a business, but not a business related to the Attorney General, and we prosecute. And I have found one. So I want to announce to my colleague that we will proceed, after we return from your suspension, we will proceed to page 17.
When I return, we will.
17.
Yes.
And then take. So I'm just concluding, and take item 22.
Very well.
That's a response to his statement.
Looking for, Mr. Speaker, just for clarification. Mr. Speaker, just for clarification. Are we suspending or we are continuing? Or adjourning? Mr. Speaker, please allow me to speak. I'm a fancy man and I'm not cheap. You see, Mr. Speaker, I just need some clarification.
Yes, I indicated that I'm about to suspend the House. It was an indication. I just wanted to listen to one or two people, then I'll take the suspension. So let me take the last one.
Speaker, I believe that if perhaps I had opportunity earlier, would have zoomed into some business. My only advice to the majority chief whip is that he prioritized some business yesterday, which is the National Road Authority bill. So once that business is not concluded, and he indicated of prioritizing another, and that one had run into problems, I was hoping that he would have disengaged for us to focus on this one. We would have traveled to about 10 or the 15th clause in the provision. So I believe that we still have some time to spend on that project. Let's do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you that when you suspend and you are returned to the House, let's deal with the National Road Authority bill. No. let's deal with it so that we can do some business today.
Thank you very much. So,
Right,
so
Mr.
leader.
Speaker, I probably don't understand the language of the whips, but I understand the language of the Constitution. Our attention has just been drawn to Article 104. Justice Abdullah versus the Attorney General issue has been raised. We are here in the consideration stage.
Honorable leader.
No.
Listen to me first.
We don't have the quorum to do business.
Fine. Then invoke the proper.
I will invoke. But I thought as the speaker,
because what Honorable Ahiafo did, I took it as if he was not invoking the constitutional provision for us to. He just made a general statement, probably highlighting one or two issues relating to that. I mean, I didn't take it that he was actually.
Mr. Speaker, I am not invoking the adjournment of the House based on Article 104, but laying emphasis on the fact that
exactly that's what
the person whose business we are supposed to do is the one who fought that particular case. Are we justified in ignoring his own judgment?
Fine, we are not justified, but you didn't call the House to any.
No.
Fine. So, leader, I hope you got your member right.
I got my member clearly right, but that's not the point I'm raising.
Okay.
I was directing my point at the chief whip that he should really be very sensitive to the challenges we are facing in this house, and it must come across in his communication, because we can decide to close this house if we want to, and he must be minded.
Well, on that note, kindly indulge me too.
We are in your hands.
Yes.
If we can do 30
I'm
minutes.
suspending the House for 30 minutes. Okay. The House is accordingly suspended. Now let me welcome you back to the chamber, and let me thank you for your indulgence. So, leadership, any indication as to where we are going?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to take the clauses of the National Road Authority Bill. We started yesterday. We want to continue.
So we'll be on page 15, page 17, National Road Safety Authority Bill. So, honorable members, come with me to page 17, item 22, National Road Authority Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. So where did we end yesterday?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we ended at clause 6. That is a member of the board who refuses or fails to pay a fine imposed on the member under subsection 4 ceases to be a member of the board. That's where we reached yesterday.
So it means did we have any issue with clause 3?
Yes.
Were the clauses I suggested the minister should be consulted to help, but because he's not here, I think what he's trying to do is
we should still skip it.
Yes, skip them, and then.
What about 4?
Oh yeah, Mr. Speaker, the idea is to reinstate this completely. That we want the 2 of the members being female to remain, and we took a decision on it, so it shouldn't be here. Yes.
Oh, I put the person. So that's why I'm asking. So we should start with page clause 6. Seven. Very well. So, honorable members, let's turn to page 18. Page 17. Yesterday we finished clause 6. So let's turn to clause 7. We didn't conclude. Okay, yes. We didn't conclude on clause 6. So, Vice Chairman, ranking.
To move forward, why can't we take a conclusive decision on the remaining clause of 3, that of 4, and then 5? Then we move forward.
Well, but I thought 3 and 4 we concluded. I don't know. You said we left something for the minister to come in.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that our the former minister of roads shepherded this bill yesterday when he was here. He agreed with us that we should take those clauses out.
Okay.
It was our feeling that maybe the new minister should be consulted, but it's not fatal. I mean, the Honorable Mokwata understand this the new minister. Let's be fair. So we can agree with Honorable Nyafo. We can actually go ahead and take a decision on them. And if the minister comes, we are doing consideration and decides contrary, he can bring a new proposal and we can do
very well. So the deputy minister is even here.
Should be seen being captured by the record that the first amendment in clause 3 is abandoned. You abandon the amendment in clause 3. Then when it comes to clause 4, then you agree to my rendition. Then we move forward. Then clause 6, the decision is that one should not be allowed to stay. Clause 4, the rendition that I proposed was that 3 other persons, one of whom is a road user, and 2 of whom are women nominated by the minister. Yes. We carried that one. Then it ought not to have been in the other paper.
No. So we corrected it.
But because it's on the other paper, very well. So you abandon 3.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think yesterday what we did was that the clause 3 and another one, we said we should allow the minister to come so that we do further consultation. So let's move to, clause 17 and
Tenure of office of members of the board.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 7 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 is directed to stand part of the bill. Yes.
From clause 7, like meetings of the board, they are all standard provisions. Disclosure of interest is a standard provision. Establishment of committees, allowance, policy directives. Then we can put the questions on them and then we come to administration.
No, but in lawmaking, we do it clause by clause.
There's no amendment.
It doesn't matter.
Very well.
It doesn't matter. You of all people should not even, because you know better than some of us. So we will take it clause by clause. I mean, we need to accept clause by clause. So clause 8.
Meetings of the board.
There's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 8 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. Clause 8 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Disclosure of interest.
There's no proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favor that clause 9 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable, the ayes have it. Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of committees.
There's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 10 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Allowances.
There's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 11 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Policy directives.
There's no proposed amendment. Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, I love the alacrity with which we are moving.
Yes.
But I want to be guided by the Supreme Court decision in the Ezuame case. So I wish that you refer it for the consideration of the House. Then, if no debate arises, then we can put the question.
Very well.
So that we are covered.
Very well.
We are covered, Mr. Speaker. Thank
So,
you.
clause 12. There's no proposed amendment on clause 12. So, the House, is there any? So, for the consideration of the House, there's no proposed amendment. Very well. So the question is, all those in favor that clause 12 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried, and clause 12, the ayes have it, and clause 12 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Director General of the Authority.
Honorable members, clause 13 is before the House for consideration.
Learned brother raised an issue that though there is no advertised amendment, it's for the consideration of the House.
Yes.
That is not it. When the amendment is moved, it is then that it is for consideration of the House. But if it is moved and seconded, but if there is no proposed amendment and a member doesn't get up to propose an amendment, there is nothing there for the consideration of the House. You just move ahead and put a question. So the decision in Ezuame versus Attorney General is to the effect that when amendment is moved, the amendment must be debated, but not when there is no amendment.
Very well. So the lawyers are now talking, eh? But, honorable members, I don't think it takes away anything.
I agree, Speaker, but it's for the beauty of what we do. Once the clause is read and is moved, it is for the consideration of the House. You see, the presumption is that any member can on his feet propose an amendment. So it is in the absence of any such amendment arising that you put the question. So there's a presumption that any member can rise within that space to raise an issue. And so when that issue is raised, then if it's in respect of an amendment or internal syntax, that's the restructuring of the sentence, it can be debated and taken. So there's a presumption of a debate.
Well. My understanding, I don't think this takes away anything. My understanding is that the mere fact the table even mentioned the head note, it means we are inviting members, yes, that if they have any issue, they can raise it. So it's generally it is before the House for consideration.
The difference is that if there is no advertised amendment,
yes,
and a member want to propose an amendment, that can only be done with your leave.
Yes. Yes.
So unless somebody seeks your leave to propose an amendment, there is nothing for consideration of the House. Your clerk at table cannot move an amendment for consideration of the House. They are just mentioning the provisions. So if there is advertised amendment, it is then that the member in whose name the amendment stands would move, and then the Speaker will say the amendment has been moved and it is for the consideration of the House. But if the subject matter is mentioned and there is no advertised amendment and nobody is seeking your leave to propose an amendment to it, then the provision is passed.
Well. We don't need to argue ourselves out on this.
No, Speaker, the entire stage where we are operating at this stage of the enactment phase of a bill is called consideration.
Yes.
The entire process is headed consideration. So it is by convention that where an amendment rises in respect of a certain provision, it is either advertised or not advertised, but the House will consider it anyway. So there's a presumption of consideration of the entire bill before the House. If a debate arises, so be it. If it does not, then you put the question.
We will know how to move along. So don't worry. I appreciate both of you. So let's take 13, Clause 13.
Director General of the Authority.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment, and it's before the House. So I will now put the question. All those in favor that Clause 13 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 14.
Functions of the Director General.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 14, D. The preamble reads, the Director General shall perform any other functions assigned by the board. But the D says, any other shall perform any other functions assigned by the board to the Director General. I think the preamble already talks about the Director General, if you go, shall perform any other functions assigned by the board. So I think we need to delete to the Director General.
Okay. That is fine.
Yes.
D. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to 14D, proposed amendment by the minority whip, all those in favor say aye. All those against, honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And the question is, all those in favor that Clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 15.
Deputy Directors General of the Authority.
No, there's no proposed amendment, and the clause is before the House. I'll put the question. The question is, all those in favor that Clause 15 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. No, members, the ayes have it. Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16.
Functions of a Deputy Director General.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendments. All those in favor that Clause 16 stands part of the bill, say aye.
we have the same problem with 16(2). If we can, because the preamble says a deputy director general shall.
The deputy director general is answerable.
Is answerable to, okay. I think this is slightly different. Yeah, this is different. Yes.
So all those in favor that clause 16 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 16 is directed to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 17.
Solicitor Secretary.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 2, after inserts a lawyer as. I so move.
Yes, there's a proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I support the.
You support the proposed amendment?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, so what will be the new rendition?
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a lawyer as a solicitor secretary for the authority. Mr. Speaker, the question is, why a solicitor secretary? Mr. Speaker, you can appoint a chartered secretary, but such a person cannot act as a solicitor because of the dual role that the person is supposed to play. You are a solicitor of the authority, at the same time a secretary of the authority. That is why the person must be a lawyer to be able to act double as the secretary for the authority.
Who is a solicitor? Who is a solicitor? Come again?
A solicitor is not a barrister.
It's not a barrister.
Yes.
But a lawyer. Is he a lawyer?
It's a trained solicitor.
A trained solicitor
Yes,
who has not been called to the bar?
Yes. Who has not been called to the bar. So he does solicitor's work.
In Ghana, you cannot, at the bar, you can't have anybody who is a solicitor without being a lawyer. The training given is that you are a solicitor and a barrister. So simply, you are a lawyer. Anybody who is a lawyer can act as a solicitor as well as a barrister. You cannot be one without the other. The practice is talking about the being abroad. But in Ghana, such a thing cannot happen. Because in abroad, you can have somebody who is just a solicitor, but not a barrister. But not in our case in Ghana. So, therefore, a lawyer can act as a solicitor and can act as a barrister. So, you can be a barrister of the institute without you being a lawyer at the bar.
Very well. Yes, Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, assuming the company, the authority has got a solicitor, is it the intention that you can go and appoint another person who is a solicitor as the secretary? Or is the intention to say that your organization's solicitor is automatically the secretary? That one I can understand. But if you write it this way, it suggests that you can have your authorities lawyer, and then the president is supposed to go and appoint another person as a secretary who is a lawyer. Exactly what is it that you are trying to achieve in this law? Because if you leave it this way, I can see a president saying that it's an opportunity to appoint another person, and then the authorities lawyer will be sitting there, and then somebody else is appointed as a authorities solicitor secretary. So exactly what are we trying to achieve in this particular law?
Speaker, upon reading the freshest amendment proposed, I have a further amendment. We are not simply asking or mandating the president to appoint a lawyer, but the lawyer must be of some standing. Normally, the practice of this house is that we normally indicate how long the person's experience at the bar should be. So sometimes we indicate not less than 5 years standing at the bar, depending on the nature of the portfolio. In this case, I think that we should qualify it by saying that the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a lawyer of no less than 10 years standing at the bar. All right? It is to indicate that the person to be appointed is not a freshly minted lawyer. Because if you are a freshly minted lawyer, you are a lawyer to a lawyer. But is the mind of this house? Is it the intention of this house that the president should appoint a freshly minted lawyer to occupy such a portfolio? No. We want a lawyer of some experience and some standing. So I would propose that we should qualify it by saying a lawyer of no less than 10 years standing at the bar. Now, my further problem is the nomenclature employed, solicitor secretary. I agree that in our jurisdiction, we qualify or we are called to the bar in the composite capacity. So you are a solicitor as well as a barrister. So like the ranking said, that should guide us going forward. So if we want the president to appoint a lawyer of some standing to do this work, then I don't think the nomenclature solicitor secretary, it's what we want to say. So I think that I think this is the first time I'm seeing solicitor secretary as a head not being employed, in a legislation like this. Normally we indicate a lawyer of some standing, and that's it. Normally in respect of board secretary and all that. But if now we want a certain portfolio crafted by legislation, then we should look at the name that we want to give to that portfolio. Solicitor secretary. It's a bit problematic for me. But I insist that the lawyer we should qualify it by some number of years at the bar. It can be 5 years. I'll be okay. Or 10 years. But 10 years is fine. 10 years is because of the nature of the authority we are creating. We are combining urban roads, feeder roads, then highways into one analogous institution, which will have oversight over all road construction, maintenance in the entire country. So you need a lawyer of Senior Piakubi standing to be appointed to that position, so that he will leave Parliament. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable, why are you inviting unnecessary?
Speaker, I want him to take the bait. He has taken the bait.
Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that I'm more qualified for that position that he's proposing. So if he wants a lawyer of 5 years standing at the bar, he should be looking at some of my genius, not me. So I agree with him that the person must be in good standing and at least 5 years at the bar. But 10 years will be too. No, no, good standing and at least 5 years at the bar.
No, good standing, then you are qualifying, you are bringing in association relationship. But this one, 10 years standing at the bar. He may not belong to any association, but he's a lawyer of repute. He's been called minimum 10 years at the bar. He has experience and all that. If you had good standing, you are talking about dues payment. If the person hasn't paid dues, he's not in good standing. Is that the criteria you want to enact legislation over? Not at all.
Mr. Speaker, for any lawyer to be qualified to be heard by any adjudicating body, you must be in good standing. You cannot just propose to be a lawyer and just come in without you being recognized by the state as a lawyer in good standing to be considered. So a lawyer must be in good standing and also must be at least 5 years at the bar. 10 years is too much for a lawyer of 10 years standing to be qualified as a secretary to an authority. That's too much. 5 years is enough. At least 5 years, so that 5, 6, 7, up to 10. But if you peg it at 10, it means at least you must have 10 years standing before you are qualified, and that is too much.
Speaker, before my leader can, Speaker, this we must have at the back of our mind the importance of the authority we are creating. This is like I said before, we are merging feeder roads, urban roads, highways, and which other institutions together. Speaker, in some state institutions now they are calling persons who hold this portfolio as general counsel. And the general counsels are not persons who are 5 years standing at the bar. These are lawyers who have seen battle, who have seen a lot of battle in the courts or in practice, who are supposed to bring that experience to bear on such a very, very important. In fact, they will become the chief legal advisor to the authority in all matters. So we need some gravitas for somebody who should be appointed to that portfolio. The person must come with some standing at the bar, some weight. So
My brother, will you put off your mic?
Mr. Speaker, the agencies under this authority carry out their activities through contract management. Every road contract is, as you know, is formulated to share risk. The contractor takes the risk of building to a certain requirement of the client. And on record, the agencies and the ministry, I'm sure as we speak, I've got a tall list of people suing them for one thing or the other. 5 years, and it's not only for lawyers. In this country, there's a rush for people to say, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, and the day they we see on television and they are commissioned, they've never been seen in any courtroom. That doesn't mean that for 5 years you were seen in your picture with the wig. For 5 years you can go and sleep or be farming in Adaklu and then turn up and say that I'm a lawyer for 5 years. So that is why I support the point he's making, that there must be a record of your experience for the period by which you have been part of that profession. 5 years is too small, Mr. Speaker, because some of these cases are in hundreds of millions of dollars where the state carries the liability of paying if we lose the case. 5 years is just too small. 10 years is not too long, Mr. Speaker. It's not too long. I mean, 5 years, when you finish school, 5 years. I mean, no, 5 years, Mr. Speaker, 10 years. Because you see, your decisions as to how you represent the organization may be the line between protecting the public purse and no. You see, this is not a small thing. We've even passed laws when we were just creating some things under Ministry of Education, and we said the lawyer must have at least 10 years in practice. 5 years is not too small. Mr. Speaker, 5 years, as far as I'm concerned, you are still a junior lawyer. Yes, you are still a junior lawyer when after 5 years of graduating. Yes, and then he goes to see the lawyer of the contractor who is well. I mean, he will be the lawyer for the contractor, trying to discipline somebody who is 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, on record, I don't remember we making a law and making it 5 years before. Pardon? It's always 5 years. But it's not just a board secretary; it's also the solicitor. That is the difference. When we are dealing with only the board secretary, 5 years may be okay. But this is a board secretary who is also the solicitor of the organization. It's a dual role. So that is the point we are trying to make. No, at least 5 years. Everybody who is 5 years will apply. That is the point. Everybody who is 5 years will apply. Maybe it's 10 years. You have to. Yeah, I mean, that's the way I see it. But yes.
Yes, engineer. Let's hear you.
I just want to give a correlation. The lawyer who is the solicitor secretary will be the head of the legal department. In the same way, an engineer who is the head of a division will generally will be required to have more than 20 years experience, like the director of planning, the director of survey and design, and so on. The requirement, when you go through everything, you will be the equivalent of a chief engineer and therefore a head of a division. And it will take you at least 20 years to get there. So I think the 10 years for a lawyer may not be too small. May not be too big. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, we should not create a situation where there will be difficulty getting people to occupy that particular position.
Are you sure?
Mr. Speaker, let me finish my decision. Mr. Speaker, a lawyer of 10 years at the bar, if you set this as a minimum, such a person is qualified to be a high court judge.
Yes.
Who will work and retire on his salary?
Yes.
So, are we saying
that
for you to act as the secretary of the board,
you
must have a minimum of 10 years qualified to become a high court judge before you can occupy this particular position?
I don't think it's...
Mr. Speaker, we can set the minimum being 5 years, but the 5 years doesn't mean that the person will be 5 years. The person will be above 5 years. But if the minimum threshold is so high, there is a danger there. Mr. Speaker, the laws that we passed set the minimum years of experience at the bar as 5. Mr. Speaker, the point or the emphasis is that the 5 is the minimum. At least you must be 5 years for you to even apply. When they put in the application and 20 years experience is qualified to hold that particular position, the appointing authority have a wide discretion to choose. But if you set the minimum to be 10 years, Mr. Speaker,
well.
I think that threshold is so high.
Honourable members, let's move on. So, Chairman, can we come out with a rendition as if we are taking the 5 years?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose...
Yes, sir, you moved the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I justified why the no less than 10 years standing ought to apply. Because, yes, minimum, no less than 10 years. The former chief director has indicated that other analogous heads, in terms of their areas of expertise, won't be heading those divisions with no less than 20 years experience. No less than 20 years from experience. We are not saying that the 10 years, which is equivalent to a high court judge, somebody qualified to be appointed a high court judge, is the ceiling. In fact, this is a president making appointment. And indeed, the high court appointments, normally you find people of 12 years, 13 years, 15 years being appointed. You hardly see anybody getting to the high court exactly at 10 years. You would have done, if you find favor, you would have done 11 or 12. But exactly at 10 years, it doesn't happen. So we are saying that we want somebody of some standing. And I found support from my whip. So I want chairman to find favor with this amendment so that it will be carried, so we make progress.
Please come out with the rendition.
Yes, I have. And Mr. Speaker, it is as follows.
Honourable members, to move on, if we cannot agree on this, we will put it to a vote and we take.
The secretary is in 3. The solicitor secretary is the secretary to the board and is responsible for arranging the business of the board, recording and keeping the minutes of the meetings of the board, and performing the functions that the board or the Director General, in consultation with the board, may assign. Are we saying that we need a lawyer, minimum of 10 years, to be able to perform this function?
Yeah, okay. Just a few minutes ago, it is my very good friend who suggested that this person we are looking for is not only the secretary to the board, but also the solicitor to the organization. So now you are now reducing it to the fact that the person is only responsible for the board. But Mr. Speaker, let me give you a perspective. I said this in yesterday. The ministry oversees currently projects over 100 billion Ghana cedi. That is about half of Ghana's economy, half of Ghana's budget. And they are in court over so many issues. The point is to get somebody, and then I hear my colleagues saying that if you say 10 years, that the person should be at a high court level. If you want to be a high court judge, go and be a high court judge. Who is forcing you to have the opportunity to be a high court judge and go and see somewhere which is demeaning to you according to yourself? It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to have somebody who knows what he's doing to save the public purse. So I am sure there are so many architects without jobs, so many engineers without jobs. Surely I know there are lawyers in this country who have done 10 years without job. So let this job be for those who are 10 years who are looking for jobs. Nobody is going to force you to come and work there if you think you have a better opportunity anywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, 10 years, I believe, for what we are saying, it's not bad enough. It's not too bad, sorry.
Well, we'll go by the 10 years.
Let's refer clause 17 because of the use of the word even solicitor secretary, so that the drafter will look at the similar authorities that we have created and give us the same rendition. Yeah. The same rendition, together with the minimum requirement at the bar.
Why are you deferring so many things?
No, to the drafter.
The draft, Sina?
Yes.
Speaker, referring this matter to the drafters won't eliminate the litigation.
Yes.
The litigation is over 10 years or 5 years. As for the principle, we agree that the lawyer must be of some standing. Is the level that is the source of disagreement.
It's 10 years. Please, just give us a rendition and
now,
let's move on.
Speaker, the new rendition will be: the President shall, in accordance with Article 185 of the Constitution, appoint a lawyer of no less than 10 years standing at the bar as a solicitor secretary for the authority. Mr. Speaker, that is the present amendment.
So let them put it a question. We've taken so much time on this.
Mr. Speaker, my other problem is that if the enactment has provided 3 things for the occupant of this office, placing the appointment in the hands of the executive president, why? Why are we asking the head of state to make this appointment? Why? You understand? So it means that it is not such a simplistic portfolio. It is a position of some repute. So, Mr. Speaker, the functions as reference provision is not the functions of the office holder simpliciter. He will be doing a lot more. So I so moved. Of the house. Due respect, this is a house of record. Article 195 of the Constitution is clear. And with your permission, if I may read. 1951. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in the public service shall vest in the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Governing Council of the service concerned, given in consultation with the Public Services Commission. So if the Constitution vests the power in the President, it doesn't mean that because of the qualification of the person involved, that is why the power is vested in the President. Everybody, the power to appoint is vested in the President, and that cannot be tied to the degree of the person to be appointed.
Honorable Hereford, I've heard you, but already the proposer, the mover of the motion, has given us the rendition. I'll put the question.
Yes, the Ghana Industrial Property Bill. Mr. Speaker, almost all the clauses are similar. But in this, we have introduced a solicitor secretary. In this, there's nothing like solicitor secretary. What exactly is the risk? Because there's a clause for the appointment of other officers. So what exactly is it that you want to achieve by introducing a solicitor secretary in this law? Because the organization will surely appoint a solicitor for themselves. If that solicitor is there, then we can simply say that that solicitor which belongs to the organization should be the secretary. And we've done that on a number of occasions. The introduction of this solicitor secretary is the one that is causing the thing. There's no, even every highways have got their lawyer. No, that is not what is stated. So I think that the drafters or the Attorney General, in fact, this bill is in the name of Attorney General. There's nothing like solicitor secretary. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we can flag this, Mr. Speaker, as somebody said, and see what we've done with other laws, so that we don't do this. Mr. Speaker, do you see one of the reasons why we need the backing of the chief directors and the ministers, everything, around when we are doing this? We are now trying to do their work. They are paid to do their work in their ministry. They don't do it, and then they leave it to us to be cracking our head here. And then if we can't do it, we say, let's wait for them. That is why we said Attorney General should be here before we can do his bill.
Mr. Speaker, for the knowledge of my good senior, every lawyer working in the legal is a solicitor. Every lawyer working in the legal environment is a solicitor. And when there is designation of a solicitor secretary, and by definition of his mandate, it means he's going to be also, apart from being a lawyer in the legal department, also going to be a secretary to the board. And we are saying that
at least
to appoint somebody to that position, and indeed, luckily, the mandate is expressed through A, B, and C. And this is not anything that is not unknown to. You see, so you have taken him out into becoming a lawyer specifically dealing with contracts. No, it is not. We have given him the mandate as expressed through the law.
Honourable members,
so,
you've taken.
If we put somebody 10 years or above, it may be difficult to find the most qualified person for the position.
Okay, let's.
Honourable member for Asante Achimino.
It's not easy to become a lawyer for 5 years.
The years, I think, is okay. I think 10 years is okay. But this Solicitor General thing, I think, with our jurisdiction, we don't normally go with solicitors. I mean, every lawyer goes with every. So I don't think we can do away with the solicitor thing. Just a lawyer who going to be the secretary to the board, and I don't think it will harm anything. And I understand even the drafters are saying It is not part of the original. So I don't know where the solicitor is coming from. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that the use of solicitor secretary is creating a problem. That is why my view is that similar provisions have been crafted in other laws that we have passed. So, since the intent is the same, we just refer it to the drafter to adopt one of the provisions as a replacement for Clause 70 for us.
But I think we can just do away with the solicitor. Yes.
Yeah. So then, if that is going to happen, then in the head note, solicitor secretary, we delete it and probably state secretary to the board.
To the board. That's all.
And then, when you come to 17.1, 17.2, and 17.3, we do consequential.
Consequential, yes. So I think let's do that. So just move. It's authority, not board. So secretary to the authority, yes, engineer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm only giving example from what happens in Ghana Highways Authority at the moment. There is the Solicitor Secretary. One of our colleagues was saying that it is below his level to go and sit at the board meeting and be taking minutes. He delegates a younger officer to do it, and he has a recorder. The younger officer has a recorder as well. The solicitor secretary is always there to advise on legal matters so that they do not go astray before something is corrected. When the younger person does the recording and everything, he passes it on to the bigger guy, the solicitor secretary, who then goes through everything and he passes it on. There are situations, many situations, where we've ended up in court, as Ghana Highway Authority, over some matters. And because the solicitor secretary was sitting at certain meetings, he has all the information to be able to defend the authority. And some of these legal matters even go outside the country. So I think it should be somebody of a very good standing who, when he appears in court, really knows what he's talking about. He's not just a recorder at meetings and so on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we've taken more than 30 minutes on this particular clause. We've settled that we are purging the years to at least 10 years. I will go with that. At least 10 years at the bar. Then are we changing the title from solicitor secretary to a lawyer?
Yes, that's what has been proposed by the ranking for constitutional legal, that drafters should look at it and borrow from sister legislations how that was crafted.
Yes. So drafters, let me urge you to look at it and effect the consequential. I think the 17 it cuts across, so that you take it on board. So on that note, let him put the question. All those in favor that propose amendment to 17 is 17 IV, The IV 17. Well, so before the drafters can do consequential amendment, I think we have to take the Honorable Ehiafo's amendment with the head note. So if you can take that one first, then you put the question, and based on that, the drafters can do the consequential.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. The head note, delete solicitor.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment. So give me the rendition.
Mr. Speaker, it will then read secretary.
Secretary to the authority.
Yes. You can either say secretary or secretary to the authority.
Very well. So all those in favor of the proposed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm careful using secretary to the authority because if you read 3,
Very well. Very well.
Is the secretary to the board as well.
Very well.
That's
Very
why
well.
you can read
Very well.
secretary.
So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to the head notes, say aye. All those against, say no. And now the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to the head note is carried. Now, the drafters, you can now do the consequential changes with respect to the head notes. Yes. So, Honorable Dafiamapo, you can now move your amendment with respect to the years and those kind of things.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, amendment proposed. The President shall, in accordance with amendment proposed 17 clause 1, the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a lawyer of no less than 10 years standing at the bar as a secretary for the authority.
Yes, there is a proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Let's move to 17V. Amendment proposed.
Speaker, 17.2 must also be amended consequentially.
Very well.
Oh, very well. So the table official should note.
So then let me put the entire 17. Let me put the entire 17. All those in favor that cross 17. Chairman, are you adding another sub clause to?
Sub, which, Mr. Speaker, V, the Solicitor Secretary is the head of a legal department. That has add the following new sub clause 2. So I believe we accept the 10 years proposed by.
So now it has already been taken care of. Yes.
That should be a further amendment to the proposed amendment.
Okay.
That is, we delete the solicitor, dash. So it will read, the secretary is the head of a legal department.
Very well. But I think it's going to be part of the consequential.
Very well.
So let me now put the question. All those in favor that cross 17 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 17 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Now we turn to VI, clause 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, open phrase, line 1, delete for and insert in.
Honorable members, the Vice Chairman has made a proposed amendment, and I'll put the question, all those in favor?
No, can you read how it will?
Read what? That's amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, open phrase, line 1, delete 4, and insert in.
So give us the rendition. You can help.
A road inspector may, in the performance of a function under this act, at any reasonable time, enter any premises connected to road infrastructure.
Well. Honorable members, the question is: all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. VII clause 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph 8, delete in the premises and insert within the right of way. I so move.
Honorable members, the question is: all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Let me now put clause 18. All those in favor that clause 18, as variously amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Clause 19.
Appointments of other staff.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 19. The question is: all those in favor that clause 19 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Divisions of the authority.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 20. The question is: all those in favor that clause... Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I wish the minister was here. Normally, the general services, clause 20, the general services, the planning, research, monitoring, evaluation, and other things are not, they are support services to the ministry. But I don't know, and he keeps talking about, this is about highways, urban road, and feeder road. He's not here, but maybe, even if we take a decision, let's flag it. When he comes, he needs to explain why he's bringing all this under the authority. But, yes. Because, Mr. Speaker, you see, the general services include the legal department and other departments that you and I don't interfere with or interact with easily. Some of them may not necessarily be required to be under this, but I don't know. He's not here. So even if we take a decision, maybe those who will be around when he comes around to remind him to explain whether he's paid attention to this.
Well. So I'll put the question: all those in favor that clause 18 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Sorry. Thank you. I've already put a question on 18 and even 19. I was dealing with 20. So I say you should flag. Okay. So all those in favor that clause 20 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 20 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Regional and zonal offices of the authority.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment. The question is: all those in favor that clause 20.
Speaker, once again, you see, the That is why we need a minister. Currently, the various divisions have a structure. So Feeder Road, for instance, has district offices. They are supposed to have district offices. The offices are not very functional anyway. So Urban Road in most regional capitals and other things. But this we are creating an apex body, and we are making some of the clauses look as if the structure under all of the agencies are the same. So when you say, for instance, the authority may recommend for the board the establishment of regional and zonal offices of the authority in the country. Why would you want to go beyond regional offices if this is an apex body? So we are going to have what? National Road Authority in the districts? What would they be doing? Exactly. I think those structures already exist under the agencies, under the ministry. Feeder Road, Urban Road, and highways. To try to replicate this all the way down, Mr. Speaker, apart from it being a cost to the state, you are going to create a fight with everybody down there, because you're going to have an officer who says, I'm from the National Road Authority, and then there's a district or regional engineer who is also sitting there. And then, obviously, the road authority person is going to attempt to be heading you. And engineers don't take this kindly. Because, like he says, somebody 20 years, and I've been sitting here doing all this work, and somebody is appointed just recently coming to say that he is now the head of the district or region. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister needs to take a second look at this. Otherwise, there's going to be, we're trying to solve a problem, but we're going to make it even worse than what it is.
So you are saying that we shouldn't transmit the structure down
but
there.
We can't take that. It's a policy that we are trying to turn into a law. So we can't say that, don't have it, but maybe when he comes, he can explain to us why. So I think we flag it. We don't take a decision on it.
So we should flag 21.
23, yes. Or 21, sorry. 21.
Let me listen to engineer first. I'll come. Let me listen to engineer.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, what happens at the moment is that we have the regional and the zonal offices.
Zonal?
Yeah.
So what do you mean by zonal?
Some cases, they call it area office. Like previously, in the Volta region, we had the regional office. Then there were 3 zonal offices, Keta, Ho, and Hohoi. Keta takes care of from Sugankope downwards, whilst from Sugankope to Golokwati was taken care of by Ho office. And from Golokwati all the way to Krachi was taken care of by Hohoi zonal office. So it's the regional highway director who controls the 3 zonal offices. And it happens in Ashanti region. Ashanti, you have the Kwai, you have Mampong. I should try to remember the rest. Are all under the regional. So there's actually no conflict. It is the regional office which controls the zonal offices. So now, if you create a zonal offices like maybe in Ho or in Hohoi, it takes care of urban roads, feeder roads, and highways in that area.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay.
Speaker, that explanation is or was applicable only to highways, not applicable to feeder roads, not applicable to urban roads. By this legislation, we are saying in paragraph 2 of the memorandum that the National Roads Authority brings together 3 key agencies, namely the Ghana Highway Authority, the Department of Urban Roads, and the Department of Feeder Roads, under a unified authority, and puts together the management of national roads in Ghana under a uniform authority, while leaving the local roads under the management of the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. This is what the memorandum to the law is saying. So we cannot deviate from the memorandum, the content of the memorandum. We are saying that we are creating a national authority, but the metropolitan district and municipal road management will be left in the hands of the assemblies. So we cannot be saying that we want to use legislation to create further structures at the local levels when we are saying that the law is leaving the management of the roads in the hands of the assemblies, the engineering departments of the assemblies. So I agree with people when he says that we cannot enact this provision in the manner that is being provided. We need to align it.
Well, let's flag it now.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the rendition carefully, it's talking about regional zonal offices of the authority. And it reads, the authority may, on the recommendations of the board, establish regional and zonal offices of the authority in the country. The word is may,
yes,
on the recommendation. So it's not as if the law is establishing regional and zonal offices at the designated area. It is only when the need arises that the board may recommend to the authority that let's establish a zonal office. So I think it is a provision that we should allow because it is permissive.
So, hey.
Mr. Speaker, I think the memo that comes with from the cabinet, where it talks about that the roads in the metropolitan area and district should be left to the district assembly, in practice cannot work because they do not have the resources, and it will be very difficult to have people of certain standing to be in the metropolitan and the district offices. So the functions of the metropolitan and district offices should in a way be scrapped and taken over by the zonal office. In terms of resources, both personnel, equipment, you cannot have them at the district offices. Not too many people would want to work in the district offices. As at now, in my district, the engineer who is there is a diplomate in building. He cannot take care of roads. He hasn't got even one equipment to be able to do road maintenance or construction. And therefore, that part of the memo may have to be looked at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the memo cannot be looked at. It is the content of the law that must align to the content. We are saying that with the memo is saying that this is what we intend to do. Then in the belly of the law, we are seeking to do a different thing. Because you see, for instance, in my constituency, the Eastern Corridor bifurcates the constituency up north. The intention of this new legislation is to actually empower the engineers in the assemblies to be able to do those small maintenance. You don't have to have somebody travel from home to come and maintain potholes on the Eastern Corridor. It should be decentralized. It's part of the problems we have. That is why the law is saying those districts and municipal, the management of the roads in the rural areas will be left in the hands of the assemblies. And so the law is supposed to, it's a tool of social engineering, it's supposed to now empower the engineers who go to offices at the assemblies and go to sleep, to now wear their helmets and their safety boots and go onto the roads and work. So we must be careful how we draft this provision. Otherwise, we'll be creating a superstructure over the existing ones. So I agree that, like Whip said, we should flag it and let the key promoter, the
no,
immediate...
why should we flag it? I mean, from what I got from Honorable Ahiafo, I think it's clear. The authority may. So it's not automatic that the zonal officers should be created.
Speaker,
it is only when it becomes expedient that.
Speaker, if you say may, they will proceed and be creating because it's permissive. The memo is saying that the maintenance of the roads in the rural areas will leave it in the hands of municipal assemblies, the district assemblies, and the metropolitan assemblies. Then this house is saying that the national may create a zonal office for what purpose?
Anyway.
And cite the zonal office in which area? How do you start the zonal office separate from the engineering department of the assembly or the municipal assembly? So it is in discordance.
Anyway, let's flag it. Let's flag it. So that is 21, 21. So please note 21, even though there wasn't any advertised proposed amendment, but just flag it that members have issue on that. So we move to 22.
Internal Audit Unit.
There's no proposed amendment. The question is all those in favor that clause 22 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable, the ayes have it, clause 22 stands part of the bill. Clause 23.
Funds of the authority.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph B, delete and insert the following. B, internal generated fund. I so move.
Yes. Honourable members, the chairman has moved a proposed amendment. Any seconder? You seconded. But the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. All those in favor that the proposed amendment is carried, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. IX, clause 23 again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, add the following new paragraph D. Monies allocated to the authority from the road fund. I so move.
Yes. Honourable members, there's a proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Ship.
Now, 23C.
I said the same 20.
We need to delete that because we actually deleted the creation of a road infrastructure development fund. We said we would rather go and amend the road fund. So I'm happy they've actually captured money from road fund as part of the funds of the authority. So we need to delete 23C.
Then do that.
Yes.
Do the proposed amendment.
So, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Delete clause 23C.
Yes, honourable members, there is a proposed amendment C. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now let him put the entire clause. Honourable members, all those in favor that clause 23 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross 23, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Are you bringing the curtains down? Very well. Cross 24.
Borrowing powers.
There is no proposed amendment. All those in favor that cross 24 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Bank accounts of the authority.
Mr. Speaker, we had a leadership agreement to do up to clause 23, but we have actually done more than that to carry colleagues along. Let's stick to our commitment to them so that the next time we say we want to do up to a certain point, they will be with us. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not controversial. We shall finish it. But we told them we will do up to clause 23.
No problem. I'm with you, but clause 24 up to 29, there's no proposed amendment. I just want to, so that we end up in 29. So, clause 25.
Bank accounts of the authority.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 25 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 25 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Expenses of the authority.
Honorable members, there's no advertised proposed amendment to clause 26. All those in favor that clause 26 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 26 stands part of the bill. Clause 27.
Accounts and audits.
Yes, there's no advertised proposed amendment to clause 27. The question is, all those in favor that clause 27 stands part of the bill, say aye.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
There may not be advertised amendments, but as I go through, I discover major issues. And
so raise it.
Some colleagues actually have some. So we may actually rush through just to realize that we have left things in there. So let's go at the pace at which we are going so that we'll do diligent work. Otherwise, if I were not paying attention to this, all these things, including funds from the National Road Development, would all have been left in there. So, Mr. Speaker, let's pause with this so that we can do some work over the night and we can continue tomorrow morning.
Oh, I'm left with one, just one clause. Let me do away with the one clause.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot argue with you.
Yeah, thank you. So all those in favor that clause 27 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 27 is directed to stand part of the bill. I take the last clause 20.
Annual report and other reports.
Honorable members, there's no advertised proposed amendment to clause 28. I'll put the question. The question is, all those in favor that clause 28 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 28 is directed to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of today's consideration.
Speaker, may I propose that we deal with clause 29 and bring the curtains down? It has to be deleted. So let's deal with it and then we can. It has to be deleted. We have a tax exemption as substantive legislation. So we don't need to reference that and deal with it under that law. So let's delete this one. I so propose.
Very well. So if members are saying we should do it, so clause 29.
Tax exemption.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following. The authority may exempt from the payment of taxes and duties subject to Article 174 of the Constitution and Exemption Act 222 Act
1083. I so move. And
yes.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the previous laws that we have passed, this particular provision is not needed. We now have a complete act dealing with issues relating to exemption, and the drafters have recognized that particular fact. So all exemption in this country can only be subject to Article 174 and the Exemption Act. So, stating it in an act of parliament that subject to Article 174 and then the Exemption Act 2022, Act 1083, the authority may be exempted. Of course, that is a matter of operation of the law, that's the Constitution and the Act. So this particular provision is superfluous. Without this provision, in the event that the authority must be exempted, it will be subject to Article 174 and then the Exemption Act. So we don't need this particular provision.
So let me put the question.
So I move that the chairman should abandon the.
Is it abandon?
Yes,
So
he will abandon the amendment, and then we proceed to have clause 29 deleted in it entirely from the bill. So the proposal is that chairman abandon, and then we delete 29.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Anyafo. So clause 29 should be deleted. And the amendment to abandon the amendment. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, the proposed amendment to clause 29 has been abandoned by the chairman, and consequentially, we are deleting clause 29. So all those in favor that clause 29 be deleted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 29 as deleted. So we do take clause 30.
Establishment of the Road Infrastructure Development Fund.
Oh, so yeah. Well, leader, I'm with you. So we've gotten to a perfect place to end. We've gotten to one part. So we are ending here. So we are bringing consideration stage to a close. Hold on. Yes, hold on a bit. Let me listen to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Please try and be looking left from time to time. You keep on looking straight, so we can't catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, I need to bring to the House attention something. This is the National Roads Authority bill. It has a very large project management function. This is carrying the biggest capex, typically, of the construction sector. And much as you have just approved the clause 28, I don't feel the project management function, performance, cost, I don't feel that in the list of reports that are being advertised here. I don't get a sense of it that it carries enough weight. There are various reports that are here. Much as, I'm sorry, but you were a bit quick to, the annual report shall include the report of the Auditor General, a summary of feedback on activities and services.
So, Honorable, what do you want the House to do?
Speaker, please,
have you taken the trouble to read the entire bill?
Yes, please, I have it here.
You are now reading?
No, I'm not now reading.
You've read it?
Yes, I've read up to a point, yes.
So what do you suggest?
And so I suggest that it should be
So let me suggest that tomorrow we may continue.
All right, okay.
Come and put areas you think should be come and also bring your expertise to bear.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes. Okay, on that note, we'll come to the end of the consideration. Yeah, leadership, any indication?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the time, we have exhausted the 5 hours, so I move for adjournment tomorrow. Thank you.
Did you say you are in my hands?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have exhausted the 5 hours, so we are in your hands.
Very well. So, if you are in my hands, then permit me to adjourn the House. Adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Let me thank you once again. At least today I've seen quite a number taking part in the consideration. So tomorrow I expect to see more. I'm tired.
So you now understand when I say quorum is a mood of the House?
Yes.
Okay. The mood is calm today, isn't it? So the quorum is okay.
So, Honorable Deputy Whip, whatever mood you created today, make sure the subsequent days the same mood is created, so that the word he used, he said, quorum is.
Mr. Speaker, the mood is calm for the future. It is not because any atmosphere was created.
Fine. But I want you to repeat that statement again. Leader, repeat that statement again so that leadership will listen.
So the mood in the House is calm. So let's work towards keeping the mood in the House calm. But that will require the sponsors of the bill noticing the calm mood in the House and do the needful.
Well. Thank you very much. So on that note, let me thank all of you. We will meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock.